Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods.
Welcome back. Good morning, everybody. Great to see you again today, and I hope you're all having an amazing day. Welcome back to the cafe. Guys, we are here today on part 5, and hopefully the final part of reading the supplemental reports in the Idaho court case and finding all sorts of interesting things being revealed to us that we did not see within the case. So, boy, it's been a ride. I'll tell you what, there's so much stuff in here. So much stuff in here. Crazy stuff. I appreciate you guys all joining us today. Please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. Share it out and let everybody know what we're doing. And, well, you know the rest, guys. That being said, see you soon. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you. Having some issues again, technical issues. I don't know why, but I'll figure it out. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. Great to see you guys again. I appreciate you guys being here, and I hope you're all having a great start to your day. Thank God we're earlier today. I didn't have so much to do today. I had appointments and stuff yesterday, which is why we ran so late. But we're early today. Early in, early out. Hey. It is great to be back, guys. Hope everybody had an amazing night last night. It's great to see y'all. Come on in and grab a seat. Get comfortable, of course. Looks like we got 25 peeps in here so far. And 18 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, guys. Please and thank you. Let's see who we got joining us so far in here. It looks like Witchy's in the house. The Tomboy has landed. In Stitches in the house. West Side Crime Show's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you back. Reality with Miss Krista. Good to see you, Miss Krista. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. Freckled Cat Lady, hello and welcome. Love your name. Josie Joe, I did not yet see it. I'm having problems getting into my email, Josie, but I will get it. I promise. Thank you for whatever it is. I'll check it out here as soon as I can. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back to you. Bemmy Rose, good to see you. Let me see. Show. Ricky Trans in the house. That means Jesse's floating around here somewhere. Let's see. Do. Beach Babe is in the house this morning. Good to see you, Beach Babe. I'll get it, Joe's. I promise. Cool. Okay. Thank you, Josie. I will definitely look it up as soon as I can get in there. I don't know what's going on. West Side Crime Show dropping a super sticker already. I believe that's out of New Zealand. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And God bless, guys. Once again, as always, guys, donations are never expected, or tips, whatever you call them. But they are beyond appreciated. That helps me pay the bills to keep doing this every single day, folks. So thank you so much for anybody that chooses to donate, whether it be PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, super stickers, super chats, or whatever it is. I appreciate it. Thank you, Skits. SRB told me that. I'm great to know you're still here. Appreciate ya. Morning, everybody. Let's see. Show. Okay, guys, give me a minute here. Gotta make sure this is done too. For everybody else that's not getting these things. Just a minute. Bear with me. Let's see. Just one moment, folks. Just trying to make sure everybody knows. What we be doing in here. Let me see. Almost there. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, please, and thank you. think we're... Yeah, I think we're good. Let's see. She. Miss Terry Martin, good morning. We made it. We made it through. The internet's been going in and out all morning, unfortunately. It was a pretty harsh one. We didn't get hit with all the bad stuff, but we still got hit with a little bit. I hope you're good, Terry, from it as well. Terry and I are kind of neighbors, folks, so whatever weather we get, we share it. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. 33 peeps, 25 likes. Let's goop. We're going. Just give me a few minutes here to get rolled up, guys. I'm just trying to wait for everybody to jump in here if possible. That way we don't have to back up or anything. Nobody misses anything. So I usually wait a few minutes to make sure everybody's here. I'm glad you're good, Terry. Why is that doing that? That's so weird to me. Let me see. Let me try it this way. It's not even working now. What is going on? That's strange. Aunt Clara, good morning. Good to see you. We're under extreme heat warning. We've been going through those for I don't know how long. Good morning, SRBBBBBBB. Bemmy says, go like it. Thank you, SRBB. Oops. Sorry about that, SRB. I mean, you're welcome to if you want. I know that ain't going to happen. But I'm sure everybody would love to hear from you. That would be funny, though. Sorry about that. My mistake. Too close together. I knew. 1 minute, guys. There she is. Doc, it's in the house again today. Good to see you, Doc. Thank you for joining us. And thank you so much for that super chat. I wish I had more time to read and digest all these documents and reports, but summer life with 3 kids, 12 and under. Oh, Lord, I guarantee you I know what you're going through. And underinsures that time is a premium. Thanks for all your coverage. I'm doing the best I can, Doc. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate the acknowledgement. It means a lot to me. I appreciate you very much. Eddie's in the house. Miss Paula, welcome to you. Miss Lady Dogbone, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. What did I do? Gotta pull this up. Something's going on. I can't pull up my email or nothing. That's weird. Search bar is not working right. Maybe I have to do a scan again. Maybe not. Sorry again about that, SRB. Mama Bear, your link is in there. If you hear me and you get the ability to, feel free. Yes, it's beyond humid here too. Beyond humid here. It's gross, caca, nasty. It is. They're saying it's 78, but it literally, I know it's got to be warmer than that with the humidity. Diane K's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Hope you have a fab day. I hope you do too. Nice and cold there, huh? Where are you at, Westside? Josie's saying 97 in New York. That's hot. There's like 105 here. Where's everybody tuning in from? Throw it up in the chat. I'd love to see where you guys are at. If you're comfortable with it, of course. I'm, of course, in Ohio. Northeast Ohio. Diane K says it's 91 in Tampa already. Yeah. West Side's out of New Zealand. I figured that out earlier. That's awesome. And again, thank you for that very much. Scully's coming out of East Hollywood, California. Good to have you here, brother. Good to see you. We know that Miss Krista Marie's at the Jersey Shore. Cabs here. Stitches is in East Central Ohio, 80 there. Freckle Cat Lady's out of Illinois. Witchy is in the Silicon Valley, experiencing the coolest summer in decades. Well, we're getting one of the hottest. West Central Ohio, SRB. So we got East Central and West Central Ohio, and then Northeast Ohio. We just need Southern Ohio now. We'll have the whole compass encompassed. No pun intended. Come on in, guys, and grab a seat. 46 peeps, 33 likes. We are getting there. Docket says, I'm listening from the trampoline park in the Bluegrass State. Hey, hey. Kentucky's in the house. Christy Nevada, welcome, dear. Good to see ya. Diana K said, my daughter's one half Kiwi, West Side, Taranaki area. That's awesome. That does sound fun. Ours are in, the one we have here, Docket, is indoors. We don't have an outdoor one, if that's what you're saying. That'd be cool. Trying to think of the name of the place, but it's I think it's it goes, they have them in other places too, but I'm Auckland. It's awesome. Aunt Clara's in Vandenberg Village, California. So we got some Californians in here today. That's awesome. Kent says Pictou, Nova Scotia. That's awesome, Kent. Of course, I know where Miss Terry's at. She's right down the road from me. Mishy. Show. Folks, what does everybody think about the docket or the documents we've been reading, the reports, and what they're telling us? Any thoughts or feelings? Sorry. Jersey Shore. All the meatballs in the house. Again, Miss Krista. Miss Krista's definitely a meatball. I'm rocking my brown shirt today. Hey. Wishful thinking that football season would hurry up and get here. One more month, folks. One more month. God, I go through such withdrawal at this point in time because I miss football so much. Matt Emelo 12. What's up, buddy? Chicken meatballs. I've had turkey meatballs. I've never had chicken ones. I'm sure they're about the same, Diane. You're in frozen shock phase over there, Witchy. I gotcha. I think we're all in a bit of a frozen shock phase, reading through these reports and some of the things that's being revealed. Oh my goodness, folks. It's another thing I want to talk about too today that I thought was very interesting considering. And it just makes me, I was talking to Mama Bear and SRB about it this morning. And it makes me go, it makes me wonder how Brian is still sitting in jail at this point. Yes, very much so. Ken, especially after what I saw last night and some of the things that have been put together. I don't understand it. Chris is in Beechwood, Tom's River. So let me ask you a question, guys. I know a lot of you guys watch, multiple creators. A lot of you guys probably watch Lana, Truth and Transparency. And I'm thinking quite a handful of you guys watch. Yes, it does. Preseason. Yeah, baby. I am so excited. We got a new quarterback that we will never use. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Good morning, Mr. Eddie. How are you, sir?
Good morning. How are you this morning?
I am great, sir. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Good to see everybody again.
Yes.
Hello.
Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Always.
You were saying something about why is he still, or
Mm.
why?
So yeah, I want to talk about that before we get into the reports this morning. Um, Football gross. Stop it now, SRB. And Devil Woman, welcome. 1 second, Eddie. I'm going to get to that real quick, buddy, to answer your question. He's already injured, I know, and I don't want to talk about it. He wasn't going to start anyway, Tomboy. They get the old guy in there starting, so it is what it is. But anyway,
It was a good question. I forgot what your question was already, but I'm really curious.
why is Brian in jail? And I watched something last night, and like I said, a lot of the stuff that comes from the channel I watched last night has been getting more interesting, more and more interesting, most recently. Not to mention with what Lana has put out, so on and so forth, and what we're pulling from these reports. So I'm going to go to this real quick, okay? Well, I'm glad to hear that, Witchy. Thank you for that. That makes me feel like everything I do makes sense when I see people say these things, and I love that. Thank you so much. So we've read a lot of these reports. A lot of information's come out, okay? And one of the reports we read, I can't remember exactly which number it was, but it was brought to our attention. Yes, Aunt Clara, Pavarotti, Jay Embry. That's another one I'm referring to. And I'm going to show you why I'm referring to it here in a second. One of the reports we read through is in regards to the Banfield officers, as I called them, the not undercover, but they were plain clothes, working an overtime shift, working the new, or not new, but the alcohol underage drinkers situation. Okay. And we saw the whole Banfield video. Well, those guys, in one of the reports we read, it's claimed that they were driving around that night, patrolling the area, making circles around the white apartments right next door to 1122. Well, then we get, that's in a report. So that's actually been put out there. Okay. Yes, the undercover car, which we know is a Ford Fusion, silver in color, that could look white, silver, or possibly tan in color. So if we go to the Molly McMichael's report that we reviewed, where she states that she's out walking around a little bit, she parked up in the back somewhere, so on and so forth, and that she drives by a vehicle, tan in color, a tan sedan, and she notices somebody that's got red, spiky type hair, possibly the dome lights on. We hear all that. So there's that. Those two reports, you throw those together. And I watched a video last night. Two. Because I had to catch up. And I want you guys, one of the mods, to throw this in here, because, I mean, it's up to you. If you guys want me to review the video with you and show you what I'm talking about, that's up to you. Otherwise, I can tell you about it. And I want to put his link in here anyway, because I want you guys to go watch this stuff, because it was really mind-blowing to me. For Jay Embry or Pavarotti's channel. Okay, like I said, a lot of the stuff he puts out in the past, I've taken with grain of salt, like I do with everything. This video, it opened my head opened up like a can opener opened it, guys. And it was just like, what the hell? Because at this point, it looked like it had it. Yeah, it does. It does, truly. At this point, we have Brian Koberger sitting in prison, who took a plea deal, in my opinion, because he felt like he had no choice but to at this point. This is my opinion. So, and it's beyond interesting, folks. It's beyond interesting at this point. So it's up to you guys. If you guys want me to review that before we get into anything else, put a 1 in the chat. If not, we'll just go forward and you guys can do whatever. But I'm telling you, I want you to see this, okay? It makes so many of these things that we're sitting here going, what the hell is going on with, go, oh my God, okay? It makes perfect sense. Okay, so I guess that's the deal. Eddie, do you have any issues with us reviewing this video before we go forward?
It's a must-see.
Figured you'd say that. Yes, sir. Okay. You guys, and I'm telling you, mods, I want you to drop his link in here because this is impressive, okay? This is very impressive to me. I spent after my last night, I spent with my mods going over this after the show. And I just sat here like, and Tomboy said, you need to get something to hold your jaw up off the floor because that's what it's going to do to you. And I'm like, okay, whatever, you know, and she was right. So give me 1 minute here. So since I'm glad we're in here early today too, thank God. But that's what we're going to do real quick then is we're going to review this video if this everything starts working right and talk about it. And then we'll get into the rest of it because we'll get through the rest of these reports today. I'm very comfortable with that. Something about my system is not working right today. I don't know if it's because of the internet from last night and this morning, but okay, here we go. I'm going to go with this one because that was the most impressive one, I think. Like I said, guys, this opened my eyes, my mind, and added 1,000 more questions on top of the ones I already had as to mainly why is Brian sitting in jail at this point? Okay. Because this is proof based on the reports that we read, those 2 reports specifically, that I have big issues with this now. So check it out, folks.
And I'd have to include the defense investigation, most incompetent investigation. This one literally needs to. Okay, folks, when we're done with this video, this one really needs to go to a mainstream outlet because I cannot believe one of 2 things. Either these are the most incompetent investigators in the history of investigations, one, or they are the most dishonest investigators in the history of investigations. And I'd have to include the defense investigator with that after this. Or they are, I mean, I'm leaning towards they're all literally that incompetent because they put these documents out for us to look at. You've got to be kidding me. So we're going to start with this document. I'm going to point out some things about it, but then I'm going to correlate it with another document, and I'm going to show you some things that you are not going to believe. And if anybody out there believes the car that drives around the house 3 times before 4 a.m. is the reason they believe Kohberger was stalking the house, and that's a big piece of evidence against Kohberger, well, they need to think again and forget having that evidence because it's about to be gone right here. All right, this is Officer Brett Payne. Filed this report on January 10th, 2023. But it goes back to statements from Molly McMichael, the DoorDash driver. Some of you have already seen this document, but you haven't seen it in the way that I'm about to show it to you. On November 23rd, 2022, 10 days after the atrocity at approximately 2039 hours, Molly McMichael came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed about her presence in the area of 1122 King Road during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. So this is the first time they're going to get any statements from Molly McMichael about that night. Number one.
Yes, folks. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but focus in on this. Pay close attention. This is insane to me.
Nobody think they found her before that, and she reported she was the DoorDash driver because that is not what happened. Now I understand why it took so long for them to file those DoorDash warrants. But as you read this document and knowing that a lot of it was written apparently on January 10th, because it says Molly was identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant. Well, we know that search warrant wasn't actually filed until December the 6th. So that's not what brought her in, but it's about to tell us what really brought her in, and was confirmed as being in the area based off a Google geofence warrant, which was obtained as a result of this investigation. So they did a Google geofence warrant in the area, just like they did the phone dumps to determine who was in the area. And based off of that, it told them that Molly McMichael was in the area. So they brought her in to get her statement. And I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Alex Skelton during this interview. Molly told me she worked for 12 hours to 18 hours on the night of November 12th to the 13th. 12 to 18 hours that night. Man, you can bet Molly was McMethed. And the orders were at the 500 Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122 King Road. Molly said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order for the evening. Molly said she could not find 1122 King Road address, as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. Now, we've all heard that the map would take you to an area other than the King Road residence when you were trying to get there at that time. So this does line up with that, but we're going to look at some data here as it relates to her statement, which I kind of believe her statement of what actually happened. Now, what she was really doing there, I'm beginning to be suspicious about, but I believe her statement is true. Molly also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot behind 1122 King Road. Well, we've all looked at that, and it does tell you to do that. So Molly stated she initially parked in front of 1122 King Road and could see a female in the top left window. And then it says the third story bathroom. Now, we can tell by looking at the King Road address, and the third story top left bathroom is up here. I believe it's possible for her to see that. And Molly said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when Molly looked at her. So she could see a female in that window. She's seen her a couple more times, and she would duck down when Molly looked at her. Molly then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 King Road and parked. She stayed
100% Docket. Real quick to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, but Docket just said any law enforcement in Moscow with an ounce of integrity and or curiosity would be finding out some answers about this information. But I'm not holding my breath, and I agree. They need to see this video, if nothing else, okay? Because, wow. And thank you. Great point and great statement there, Docket. Thank you again. Welcome, Good Trouble. Real quick, just to get it up real fast, guys. I forgot. Paco, welcome. Curious Rose, good to see you. Aquarian, good to see you. Christina. Done one, welcome back. Scully's in the house. Good to see you, bro. I think I'm catching up on everybody. Yes, and he did say McMeth. That was too funny. Sorry. I had to laugh a little. Christy's in the house. Diana, I think I called up with everybody. Anyway, focus on this one, guys. Don't be hating. Good to see you. Bemmy's in the house. Yes, Scully McMeth. Anyway, here we go.
She could see the back courtyard area behind the house and noticed all of the lights were on. Now, I want you to make note of this right now, though, because as we're going to learn, this 15 minutes of time is between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. I believe, contrary to what everybody thinks, that Molly really did see the dark-haired woman in the window, and I believe that to be Xana. Disagree or not is up to you. I believe absolutely that to be Xana that she sees in the window. And when she pulls around behind the King Road address, that was a busy little spot there. I believe Molly didn't park facing the King Road house. I believe she parked facing away from the King Road house, and I believe that her tail lights were left on as she parked here, looking for where she's going to find a way into this residence because she needed to deliver her delivery. And I think that's going to be a very important key that's going to come up later in this video for you. And the reason I believe the things I'm telling you I believe is because of not just this statement, but because of several statements I've now found in the docs that lead me to believe this to be true. So, Molly noticed all the lights were on. She stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. Literally, she would have had to walk down a mountain of rock and stone to the back of the house. So Molly said she started to walk down the road, which runs north-south immediately to the east of the residence, which means this is east this way, north-south. So she's coming down, walking this way. Now, as she's walking this way, and this is before the order was delivered at 4 a.m., so you can bet if she's walking this way, she's going to say she's going to turn around and go back to her car, then pull in front of the house and make the delivery at 4 a.m. where we hear all the beeping sound on Linda Lane. So that is as actually corroborated. But that means that as she's walking down this road, it's probably going to be between 3:57 and 3:58 a.m. where we know something else happens. And this is going to be a very key fact, y'all. See, Molly later stated, wait a minute. Molly said, where was that? Okay, she said she started to walk down the road, which runs north-south immediately to the east of the residence. Molly stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking.
Once again, guys, and thank you, SRB. This is Jay Embry's channel. Goes by the name of Pavarotti. He put out a couple videos in the past 2 days. That's what we're reviewing right now for a huge reason. There's the link. I want you guys to go over, subscribe if you have not yet. Hit the like button, especially on this one and the other one he did. And hit the notification bell because the man is making some serious, interestingly crazy sense right here, folks. So, sorry to interrupt again.
So as she's walking down, a tan sedan drove next to her, and we can assume that's at about 3:57 a.m. in the morning based off of everything that we're going to see. Very key right here. Molly said there was one male driver, right? How many times is there going to be more than one driver? Does that mean there's no passenger or there was just one guy driving the car? And noticed he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned. I wonder why. I'll tell you in a little bit. And just drove by her. Molly later stated the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. Oh, that's going to be interesting here in a little bit. Molly also noticed the dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me the male was wearing a light colored collared shirt. That's all going to be interesting here in just a little bit. Molly stated she walked back up to her car and drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address numbers. Molly said she placed the order at the front door, not the back door, took a picture, and then left at approximately 0400 hours. So there's where we know she didn't go to the back of the house. She took a picture, so they're going to have some hard evidence of that delivery at the right time because it logs the time whenever you take a picture. And we know she left it at the front door right at 4 o'clock, just like we hear the beeps on Linda Lane tell us. So when you work backwards from this, she walked back up to her car, drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address number and she placed the order at the front door and took a picture at 0400. So you work your way back up, and that's about 3:57 when she seen the car that drove by her that was a tan sedan with a white guy completely zoned with blonde hair driving past her. Hang with me. During the time Molly was in the area of the King Road residence, The white Elantra can be seen via the 1112 King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta, and then enter the King Road loop at approximately 3:56. At the point Molly pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind Molly, a gray Subaru Forester, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58. So what they're saying is it come in at 3:56, it left at 3:58, which is absolutely the car that drove past Molly as she's walking down. There's no other way around it. There's no other cars that come in there on camera. We know that, not because of 1112 King Road, but we know that because of 1330 Linda Lane. There is no other cars that make that loop during that time frame other than the one white car that we think we see on camera. So this is where they've really messed up by putting out 1330 Linda Lane and then putting out this report.
Welcome, Philip. I hope you're doing well, friend. Tell my beautiful wife to make sure she takes wonderful care of you, sir. And thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you, my friend.
And they really messed up by putting out the next one, y'all. But during the time Molly was in the area of the King Road residence, the white Elantra, yeah, right. Wow, they're done. The white Elantra can be seen via the King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta and then enter the King Road, Queen Road loop at 3:56 hours. At the point Molly pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, sorry, buddy, but Molly dropped the order off at 4 a.m. So this would actually be the time Molly's walking back up to her car. The white Elantra pulled in behind Molly's vehicle, a gray Subaru, and then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58 hours. Molly did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. You know why she didn't? Because she couldn't have seen the white Elantra behind her any time, because that white Elantra, supposed white Elantra, went past her at 3:57 and then out at 3:58 before Molly pulled in front of that house at 3:59 and 35 seconds when we hear her beep her horn.
Okay, Dogbone, I get it. I get what you're saying. I want you to listen to this, though, and then take this all into account. Okay? What we're hearing, because this is proof. This is fact. This is not a possibility. This is not a rumor, hearsay. This is fact. This actually happened this way, okay? That's all we're saying. So just listen to this and then tell me what you think after.
Approximately 30 minutes into the interview, Special Agent Skelton requested Molly take part in a cognitive interview. You know what that means? They thought she was high as a kite, so they needed to give her a cognitive interview to make sure that her mind was right. Molly agreed, and Skelton began the cognitive interview. During this interview, Molly confirmed much of the information she already told us. Molly was able to remember she had her dog with her one day during one of her walks in the area, but did not clarify much more in the ways of the details of the evening. We thank Molly.
Hold on, guys. Chris, yeah, that part is. The other part of it is a factual piece of information that is in, well, they both are. That's in a document, a document about police officers in this area is what we're getting at. That's what I'm telling you to pay attention to.
Molly for her cooperation, offered any support she may need, and concluded our interview. So the fact that Molly, where was it at? Molly was able to remember she had her dog with her during one of her walks in the area, but did not clarify much more in the ways of the details of the evening. That means Molly was walking in that area with her dog. The only reason Molly would walk in that area with her dog is because Janelle Braun lived at right here behind, across the street, basically from the A&W Root Beer, at a house right here. Molly lived way up here on not Cleveland Street, but Garfield. So if she's walking her dog in this area, it's because she was at her friend Janelle Braun's house. That is very suspicious for later on, but it has nothing to do with this video. We thank Molly for her cooperation, offered any support she may need, and concluded our interview. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan Molly saw was likely a light-colored SUV. A light-colored SUV, which left.
Now, that part right there is where some of what I call the cover up begins, in some sense. Okay. Remember that. The most important part's coming.
The area. Sorry, Charlie, but there was no light-colored SUV leaving out of Linda Lane around that time. We never seen it on 1320 Linda Lane, so you can get off where you're wrong on that. Molly said a tan sedan, and that's what it was. Moreover, it does not appear Molly saw the white Elantra at any point during her time near the residence. No, she didn't. She saw a white sedan. Here we go. Now it's going to get real.
It's in the other one, Clara. No worries. Welcome, Karma. Good to see you. Okay, so focus, folks. This is wow.
Just following Molly's initial statement, she enters the King Road neighborhood for a final delivery at roughly 3:45 a.m. And as she pulls into the neighborhood, she's looking for the King Road apartment or the King Road house. She pulls into the driveway of the King Road house, assuming this is her destination, yet she cannot see the house numbers.
When you think about the whole thing in itself, Dogbone, yes, it's not the risk of it. It's not risking. It's risking not doing it for certain reasons, and that we'll get to that eventually. But yes, just watch, because this is factual information right here that can't be changed. It happened. You know what I mean? And it's real, and it does make this absolutely finally make a little bit of sense as compared to what we thought before. That's all I'm saying.
So she's unsure, and her map is telling her to pull behind the house. Now, we know from the 1330 Linda Lane camera that at this time there was not a sport utility that circled around to the back of the Queen Road apartments, which tells us that her statement must be true. After sitting in the driveway and seeing someone in the upstairs bedroom with dark hair ducked down a few times, she then pulls out, drives up the road next to the King Road residence to the back where she parks and continues to try to determine where it is she's supposed to deliver the food. After a while, she figures out that it's the King Road residence, and their map is telling her to walk down the embankment there through the woods to the back door. She doesn't want to do that, so she starts to walk down the road beside the house until she decides she's just going to pull back in front of the house and deliver the food, and determines that's her destination. But during this time, a vehicle that she describes as a tan sedan comes around the Queen Road apartments and goes beside her. And then it goes down and out at exactly 3:57 a.m. She then turns around, walks up back to her car, gets in, pulls out, drives back around to the front of the King Road residence, and at exactly 4 a.m. delivers the food, gets in her car, pulls out, and then leaves. The problem is, since we've all studied Linda Lane for so long, the only vehicle that pulls around that could have possibly been that tan sedan you can see here at 3:57 is what they are saying is suspect vehicle, which is Brian Koberger's car, which we knew that back panel didn't match an Elantra, thanks to Get a Clue all those years. And it turns out it is actually that tan sedan. Now, when we go to this police report made by, as you can see here, Jacob Tisdale on 11/15/22, try to keep your anger in check as we go through this report, okay? But Jacob Tisdale and his partner Rosendahl, that we all know from the Banfield incident that happened at 3:00 a.m., and we know because of their body cam that incident was over at 3:15 a.m. And we also know that they were driving their unmarked vehicle at that time. But let's take a look here. On November 12th, 2022, at about 2100 hours, which that's 11 p.m., I began an overtime shift for a plain clothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. Yeah, you bet. This patrol was for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, along with other alcohol drug offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body worn cameras. So no other cameras other than their body cams that we all saw activated during their 2 incidents that night. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which, if you're not familiar with the Ford Fusion, let's take a look real quick. So here's the Ford Fusion they were driving that night. And
take a good look at this car. We know that this car is silver per se, and that it's dark, nighttime. There was no dash cam, Wade Bird. No dash cam. According to them. Silver, it's a sedan, okay, 4-door sedan. And nighttime and street lights and weather lights, things, that could be tan colored, I guess you could say. Just saying.
as you can see, it's a silver colored sedan, which in the lights with colored body cam, you can kind of pick up the silver color. However, on the 1112 and Linda Lane infrared cameras, that would look very white. And also in the dark around the Queen Road apartments, I'm sure it could look tan as well, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plain clothes detail, important note, concluded at 3:52. How about actually 3:58 there, Tisdale? You were close though. Hours on November 13th, 2022. Okay, so this is where it gets really interesting. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. Now, here's something I want to point out first of all. We're going to pull up this little, see if I can do it here. Make this a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so when you look at the Queen Road, King Road neighborhood here, let's make this line a little bit bigger. I want you to understand that this is north, south, west, and east. So as he's describing this, it's important to know that this way is north, south, west, and east. Okay. So during this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled. And when it says each patrol, let's stop for a second. We made several patrols. Several isn't one, a couple would be two, several would be three or more. So we know they made at least 3 or more patrols through the King Road neighborhood, and that's going to be very important here in a minute. Just remember that. Okay, so, and during each patrol, every time of these 3 or 4 patrols, every time, each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road heading east. So what that means is they've pulled in from whichever direction. I happen to know, in fact, the first one they pulled in from this direction. But they pulled in, and what they say is they traveled on Queen Street, the north side of it, traveling east on all of these passes. Okay. Then it says, we wrapped around the building heading south on the east side. When they say we wrapped around the building, they're referring to the Queen Road Apartments as the building. And it says they're heading south, which is this way, on the east side, this is the east side, this is the west side. So they're literally saying they went east, wrapped around the building south on the east side. Then what do they say? Then west on the south side of the complex. So then west on the south side of this complex right here. Then what do? We then traveled north on the west side. So that means when they got to right here, they traveled north this way.
Okay, so you're starting to see this. Hold up. It is the same way as suspect vehicle 1 went. Yes, it is. The exact same path. That's why I'm saying pay real close attention, folks, because this is stupid important.
On this side, the west side. So what are they saying? They came down and they made the loop around, just like the Elantra that they claim made that loop all night. Then what do? After they go, let's see, the west side on the south side of the complex, we then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and then they proceeded to King Street. Okay. So they just described as they're proceeding to King Street, which means proceeding this way. This is King Street right here. So they come in, they go on the north side of Queen Road, and then they head south on the east side of the complex, west on the south side of the complex, north on the west side of the complex, and then west towards King Road. And they do that, they say, several patrols that night, meaning 3 or 4 different patrols. Now, here's where it's going to get very interesting for you folks. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. Where are we at? So what he's saying is during one of these patrols, he got to this part. Let's read it again. During one of these patrols, the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road. All right. So remember, this is south, this is west. So this is the southwest corner right here. He got right here during one of these patrols, and he witnessed what he considered a darker colored vehicle with taillights on towards the west end. Towards the west end. This is west, so that means towards the west end, somewhere in here. There was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. So this is the short section, right, that comes back right here, south of 1122 King Road and west or east of King Street. So that's this little section right here. Which was where the vehicle was. So that vehicle was essentially right here, and he could see the tail lights on. Now, I want you to remember the first animation I showed you of where the DoorDash driver parked before she got out of her car and walked down the road. It would have been in the exact same location that Tisdale is saying that he witnessed a vehicle with tail lights on. He's calling it a dark vehicle, which at nighttime in that dark part of that area, I guess that gray Subaru could be considered a dark vehicle. But is this the exact time that he's talking about this vehicle that he's remembering. Is it the exact same story we just heard with the DoorDash driver? I'm going to prove to you it actually is. Tisdale saw the DoorDash driver's car, just like she said. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. I drove the same route during the final patrol. Now, remember, when was his final patrol that night? He said he stopped working at 3:52. So his final patrol, you can bet, is around 3:52. I contend it was about 3:58. And that was when he made this final patrol. But he says, which to the best of my recollection was between 2 and 3 o'clock. And this is where he screwed up right here. Either he has a terrible memory or he tried to lie his way through it. And we are going to disprove this, wholeheartedly here in a minute. So his last patrol, you can bet, was at 3:58. He's trying to say between 2 and 3 o'clock on November 13th, 2022, which we'll prove is a lie. As we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at one.
Now, make sure you guys are hearing this, because this is important, guys. All of this right here is very important, because this proves this was not Brian's car. This could not have been Brian's car. The car that we see loop-the-looping multiple times is the undercover. Not, they weren't undercover. They were just plain clothes that night. Plain clothes officers that were doing the drug and alcohol patrol that night for that whole little thing. Okay. This proves that that was the car that was seen on camera repeatedly going around the building, folks. Facts. Which is not Brian Koberger's white Elantra. That explains why for 3 months, I could not figure out what car that was, but I knew it wasn't an Elantra. We argued about it with multiple people. It was not Brian's damn car. Period. It's right there. Okay? That's what this is proving.
122 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcohol containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol.
So here again, there's something else in there too, where he sees several individuals approaching that residence, 1122, at that point in time. Interesting, isn't it? Quite. That's all I'm saying.
I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. The individuals were walking close, a vehicle which was parked in the northwest corner of the lot. As I turned on the Queen Road and I traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there was at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say, here we go, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon
Mama J, they can't even put him in the area, which is what has been being talked about, that he wasn't at all. He wasn't even in this area. And I've said this before, but this proves it. Factually proves it.
Review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at about 2:55 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street, after seeing the individuals on King Street. We cleared this contact at 3:32. You cleared that contact at 3:32, huh, Tisdale? So what he's describing here is going through the King Road neighborhood and then pulling out and having the Banfield stop. Okay. And he's telling us that the Banfield stop was over at 3:32, when in all reality, the Banfield stop we know was over at 3:15, and he could not have pulled through and made any of his circles around the King Road neighborhood between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. in the morning, because we have the King or Queen Road camera video that proves he couldn't have. Look at this. Reviewing all of the footage from the Queen Road camera, we know that the first vehicle ever seen after midnight is right here at 12:34 and about 10 seconds. And this is a dark colored car that goes north and then turns west. Certainly not the vehicle described by Tisdale in his report, because he said all of his passes were heading east, then south, then west. That wasn't him. Let's look at the next pass we see. Okay, a few minutes later, we're going to see more vehicle activity that is not Tisdale or Rosendahl. And where are they at? Oh, here it comes. Now this one's going the proper way. Is this Tisdale and Rosendahl? Let's see. Let's see. What is this? It turns, and is it? Nope, nope. This one's black. Yep, that one's black. That's certainly not Tisdale and Rosendahl at 12:38. Now, the next activity we see is at 1:05. You can see, see the people walking past the headlights of the vehicle. They're going to walk past. You can see the light on the house over here. And now we'll see that vehicle starting to pull out. And what is it? It doesn't matter. It's certainly not Tisdale, and it's not Tisdale and Rosendahl, because that one headed north and then west, not south then east. So where are they at on all these patrols? The next vehicle we see that could have possibly even came through this area that Tisdale and Rosendahl patrolled that night would be the vehicle that we've pointed out many times, which is the sport utility with the very loud exhaust. And we see it coming through here at, let's see here, where are you at? Oh, here it comes, 2:48 and 31, 32, 33. Is this Tisdale and Rosendahl making one of their many patrols they talk about? Nope. Sport utility with a loud exhaust that's going to park right here at the Queen Road Apartments. Okay, let's keep moving then. Okay, the next video.
Now, one of the biggest things to do here is to pay attention to the clock up here, guys, okay? The time stamp and the clock stamp up here is very important as well. Yes, Eddie, what's up, bud?
Yeah, and real quick, Reality asks something to the effect of, if Ann Taylor knew about this, or if she knew about it, why didn't she do something about it, or something similar. And the answer to that is she would have known about this.
She should have, yeah.
Not to be, my explanation, not to be misinterpreted as she knew about it and is part of it because she's an alumni of University of Idaho or a part of a good guy gang or whatever nonsense people say. No, she knew about it, and she has been doing something about this. And it goes to our discussion yesterday. That means that she is aware that this is a state-sanctioned effort.
Situation.
What is happening here?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, and let me reiterate something today, guys. I want this focus today to be on the reports and on this stuff we're looking at right now about why we're talking about this. Again, like I said yesterday, I'm not even worrying about Brian right now until something, if it does, happens. Okay, so let's focus on this as much as we can. I don't want to sit and go against the defense team did this wrong, everybody did that wrong. We need to focus on these reports, the corruption in the reports, and the things like this right now that we're seeing that proves other things to be bullshit. Okay, That's what I'm trying to say today, guys. That's all I want to do. Bingo, Wade. That is okay. I'm glad you said that because that was going to be coming up after this, but I'll say this now. So wait a second. Is the missing footage by the dumpster video from 331 to 406 a police vehicle? I have reason to believe that the reason why that is all of a sudden just clipped out is because it very well is this same car. And that would cause a big old rip in this whole thing. So it had to be taken out. That's my feeling on that. I'll just say that. Okay. A great point, though, for bringing that up. On we go. And again, like I said, you got to focus on the time clock here when this was happening and understanding this, because this, what's up, Pappy? Good to see you, brother. This is one of the things they based this whole thing on. This whole investigation is based on suspect vehicle 1, Brian Koberger's white Elantra circling the building here. It's not. It's not his at all. He's not there. That's the point.
Vehicle we see is, oh, look, this must be Tisdale and Rosendahl making their first patrol through the neighborhood at 3:30 and 59 seconds. Here they are. And that's why that rear tail fin always looked not like a Hyundai Elantra. Just like in their report, there they are making the patrol, just like they said. Now, when would their next patrol have been, according to this video footage that's irrefutable? Okay, looky here, 3:38 and 51 seconds. Oh, this must be their second patrol that they wrote in their report that they absolutely made that evening, that we can look at all this footage and see this could only be them on their second patrol, since we know they made those patrols. And
hang on to that thought, done one. Just hang on to that thought.
No other vehicles have come through. 3:39. This must have been their second patrol. Does it have that same rear? Look, there it is. Yep, same one we just seen go past. It's very strange. So there's their second patrol. So when was their third patrol? Okay, so now wait a minute. This is 3:56. See, this would be the time that the DoorDash driver would have been parked behind the King Road residence and trying to figure out how to make the delivery. And, you know, she would have been getting out of her car somewhere around about right now and starting to make that walk down there towards the King Road residence. Oh, this must be their last patrol that they talked about. Here they come, just like in their police report. And let's see, has this one got that same rear fin on it that we've been looking at? And there it goes. Oh, it's the same car, same one, sure enough. And look, that would have put them passing that DoorDash driver right at the time that she said she saw a tan sedan. It is uncanny. And she said in that tan sedan that she had seen a guy with reddish blonde hair, spiky hair, in a light colored collared shirt. Now you'll see in this Banfield body cam footage at 3:14:06 right now. See the guy holding the flashlight in her eyes? Well, that's Officer Tisdale.
And what was your license out of Idaho?
And you can see he's got on a jacket right there because he's outside of the vehicle and he's a little bit cold.
6'3".
But in a minute here, he's going to lower that flashlight. Let's see, does he really match the description of the person that Molly McMichael said she witnessed in the tan sedan driving past her right at the time that he would have been making the patrol we just showed you?
December 1st.
And if he took that jacket off, would he have had a tan shirt on with a collar? And does he appear to match the description of the guy that she said she had seen? Why don't you lower that flashlight, Tisdale, so we can get a good look at you. Flashlight really necessary, Tisdale? We just want to get a good look at you. Are you the guy that Molly McMichael said she had seen drive past her? Oh,
there he is. There's a good, kind of a good shot of him. Reddish, kind of spiky hair. That's all I'm saying.
Look at there. What do you got? blondish red hair there, doesn't he? Young guy. Almost looks like a college student, doesn't he?
So same thing for you, 4750, okay?
Write that ticket there, Rosendahl. I'm trying to see your buddy here, Tisdale, and see if he matches Molly McMichael's description. Now that I know for a undoubtable fact, based on his statement, that was him driving that route.
And yes, don't be hating. Atlanta proved Tisdale lied early on in reports on times compared to their body cam videos, which would have been easy for them to verify. So how did they know how to lie about the time early on? Well, we're going to get to this stuff too, okay? Not to mention that Officer Rosendahl also is par for more than one, I believe, multiple internal affairs investigations as well. So I wouldn't say so much about that I would trust these two too much, is all I'm saying. Not to mention that the guy that seems to sign up on all these things is Officer Gunderson, who, in my opinion, is very shady as well. So just keep that in mind as well, whatever you want to think.
All right.
Then we finally have the mystery.
All right, so here we go. It's a better look at him. Reddish kind of colored, could be spiky looking hair, depending on how he does it. This is an older picture, obviously, but again, that very well. There's the car, there's the head, and this, if you go by what Molly says in a report, very much does fit this, in my opinion, as to what she saw. Okay, and having the dome light on, that makes sense because a lot of cruisers do that when they're out patrolling, so on and so forth. I'm just saying, and that car can be mistaken if you, like Tomboy said, if you walk up on it underneath these orangish yellowish type lights, it could have a tan look to it, folks, period. And it looks just like, we even looked at this car 2.5, 3 years ago almost, thinking, wow, that could definitely be mistaken for a white Elantra if you really want to. Now that we know that how these cameras and stuff work, I mean, come on now, just saying. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I just wanted to show that point right there too.
Solved of the white car that made the first 3 passes around King Road, and who was driving them, and who Molly witnessed that night.
All right, so there's that, and I truly think that you need to see the other one to completely, fully understand this. Thus far, Eddie, any thoughts on this, bud?
Yeah, Pavarotti puts in the work.
Yeah, he does.
It feels like, yeah, well, we know that the PCA, we've detected lies in it previously, and this goes to show that the 3 passes of the car, that's where that originated from. That was a lie.
Yep. And it was.
They don't suspect that was Brian Kohlberg's car. And we even had almost like an entire live stream way back in the day, trying to pick apart the PCA and illustrate how they would shy away. And they never said that was the car suspected of being the Elantra. They did only the following morning in the like the parking lot of the grocery store in the town in whatever town that was in Washington. They referred to the Elantra as the Elantra then, but they would simply, around the King Road neighborhood, say it's a sedan, a white sedan, as if it's an effort to try to sidestep perjury.
Right. And I mean, folks, this is blatant. It can be called, oh, we made a mistake, we can do whatever. Okay, I don't care anymore. Bullshit. The car scene, the car that they're claiming was Brian Koberger circling the neighborhood was not Brian Koberger. It was the police officers, the plainclothes police officers working their shift that night doing this. Now, whether this was done on purpose or not, we're not going to get into that right now. The point is, there it is. It's not Brian, okay? And this proves the fact where it's been screamed about for a couple years here that Brian wasn't here. He wasn't there in this area. So in turn, if you're not there, you cannot commit a crime. Okay. We now know who was there. We know what they were doing, their job per se, we'll say for now, but that's That's 100% fact, folks. It's in the documents. Now, there's another piece to this, okay, that makes this make more sense to you guys. And that's why I think we have to show this. And the other part of it was mind-blowing to me as well, because it's something that I questioned way, way, way back, but we never really went into it too much. And that's why I'm very, very, very interested in this. Welcome, Christy. How are you? Can you hear me? Hello. If you're talking, there you are. There she is.
I had to shut you off in the background. Sorry.
No problem. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, Kelly. Good to see you. How are you today?
Good. When you got into this topic, I'm sitting here yelling as you are all talking, because once I watched Pav's video yesterday, it put so much together for me.
It does.
I mean, I have the Banfield reports. In my report, it linked November 13th to that Banfield incident.
Right.
And I couldn't figure it out. Me and Lucy were both like, what? Why would that be in the middle of Banfield when they said Banfield had nothing to do with this?
Thank you.
Well, I know Pav at the end leans towards Molly. That's not who I go to. I go to who I just said. But only because if you pay attention back how long ago another channel made the comment that Molly said that the car drove by staring.
Yeah.
Remember that? Okay.
Yes,
now, did that report not just say they drove by staring at the kids to see if they had alcohol?
Yep.
Because them kids were at 1122.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So.
Yep. And I mean, I know a lot of people are questionable about Pav and how he does certain things. And I used to be way back when, but I'm telling you, over the past 2 months, this man, Eddie said it all. I mean, he puts the work in, and this man has brought so many different things to the table for me to go, what the hell? This right here and what we're about to watch next, both together, just completely tear this open for me. I'm sorry.
I left him a comment, and I don't comment in his.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And I don't know if anybody see it, but as he was playing it, I was commenting, and he wrote back, and at first he's like, yeah, I don't know, Molly, but then he agreed. Yeah, but you know what? You just pointed out some really good things here. I'm like, I think he's too far into
the other
RUGs that I don't think was that big into this house.
Right.
I don't think this was a cartel hit. I don't think this was, all this other stuff that's out. So I don't go quite to the Molly thing like he did. Yeah. But once I pointed a few things out to him too, he was like, yeah, okay.
Right. And I'm right. And with you, Mr. Girl, that was my thing too. I used to think he was just a huge conspiracy theorist. Yes. And the past month or so, I've been watching him and I'm going, wow. Okay. And these two guys, once you see this other one that puts the Legos together, as far as I'm concerned, what that's next video we're about to review, because that proves the one we just watched proves there's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt, period, because it's factually written in these reports. That was not Brian's car. Brian was not there. There's no two ways to look at that. The question is why? Because there's logs. Okay, they have logs. They have to. They're supposed to, I should say. That tells me that they knew this. Okay, at least this is my opinion. Law enforcement knows this. They know that that's not Brian's car. So why did they keep going forward with this?
Dago, something I thought about too, and I know that everybody's going to say, oh, that body cam video was out 8 months ago. It was. Nobody made a big deal about it.
Right.
Not until me and the other one dropped it, and we kept pointing out what Molly said. Yep. I think that then got LE's attention. I don't think they gave any thought to that video. And then once they did that, then I think they started to question some things.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yes, I agree. I do. Yes, I agree with you, Esther. It's great to have you here, Christy. I'm so happy you decided to join us.
But you just got to push me to that point of like, I'm going to scream or I got to get on here. I didn't know which one to do. So
let's do it. Anytime. I love it. But yeah.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Christy. Thank you for hopping up.
Yes. I mean, guys, this if you could have seen me last night when I watched this, Tomboy said and Tandy, they both said, you got to watch this. You got to watch this. And I'm like, I know I will at some point. So we all got in the Discord last night and I'm like, okay, here we go. And the whole time I'm sitting here going, why didn't I catch this? You know, thinking about reading that report before and this and that. And I'm like, oh my God. And here we are. Once again, Brian Christopher Koberger was not here. He was not there. If you're not there, you cannot be the one to commit this crime. That is probably the most factual piece of information I've seen at this point about that. Okay. I questioned the car the whole time. For all my lives from before, folks, I questioned the car. That's not this. I argued with people. We all know I argued with Jeff multiple times. Oh, this is an Elantra. It's an Elantra. It's an Elantra. No, it's not. Sarge came on. It's not an Elantra. It's not an Elantra. It's not an Elantra. And we've also, like I said, we looked at the Fusion because they can be kind of somewhat shaped the same, so on and so forth. Thank you, SRB. And once again, I'm just saying. So I could ramble on and on. But I want to throw this next one up here real quick, guys. I want you to see this other one, piece it together with that one, and you'll have the full picture, in my opinion. And again, thanks for jumping up with us. I appreciate you being up here.
Your host, Pavarotti, and I'm here to discuss the Idaho 4 case, Idaho 4. And to start off, if you haven't watched the video that I put out last night, I need you to stop this video right now, go back and watch that entire video, then start this video right here. Once again, if you have not watched the video that I did last night, stop this video, go back, watch the video, and then restart right here. It's very important that you do that because I did that video last night, and you'll notice, for those of you that have watched it and for those of you that will watch it, that I did not provide my typical commentary in the opening, and I didn't wrap it in a bow. And I did that for a reason, because the information that I'm going to be bringing to you from that video into this video is going to be some of the biggest information that anybody has ever put together on the Idaho 4 case. Yes, after this video, once it has time to sink in, because for those of you that haven't followed the case really closely, you're going to have a hard time at first realizing how explosive the information that I'm going to be bringing to you in this video is. And for those of you that have really followed it for a long time, you're going to have an initial brain melt. Your brain is not going to be able to take it at first. It's going to take a minute for it to sink in. If you focus and really listen to what I have to say and apply it to everything, it will sink in and it will open an entire new world of insight for you into what happened on King Road. I assure you. And I'm going to try to be as detailed as I possibly can in this video to back up what I'm saying. Because yes, after this video, once it sinks into everybody's heads, then yes, Brian Koberger, if I'm wrong and he doesn't have another attorney, if you are an attorney, then you will be filing a appeal on behalf of Brian Koberger once you realize the information in this video that I disclosed to you today. It is that big. So for those of you that have watched the video that I showed yesterday, let me give you a little bit of commentary on it now, because it comes from not just the 2 documents that I showed you, but from several documents. I've gone through and studied every document in this case now. And sticking strictly to, I will go off on a tangent in 19 directions, but sticking strictly to the documents that I'm referring to in yesterday's video, starting with the DoorDash driver, Molly. I went through and showed through her initial statement to law enforcement how her statement was she pulled in front of the King Road house 15 minutes before 4 a.m. when the DoorDash order was delivered. She supposedly couldn't see the number on the house, and her app was telling her to go to the road behind the house to make the delivery. Now, that does line up with what we thought in the beginning. For those of you that have been with this thing the whole time, if you go back to 2022 and you put in directions to 1122 King Road, whatever, King Road, the directions would actually take you behind the King Road residence. They certainly would. So that really corroborates what she's saying as far as that goes. But then she goes on to say in her statement that she pulled behind the King Road residence in that little parking area up there and parked. And then she said she got out and started walking towards the King Road residence. And then she stopped somewhere in there and turned around and walked back to her car, got in, pulled around to the front, made the delivery right at 4 a.m. Now, during that time, she had seen a tan sedan with a white gentleman with blonde or red spiky hair with a dome light on drive past her. The law enforcement tried to explain it away as, well, that was an SUV, when she clearly said it was a tan sedan. And when all the other very detailed information she gave, you would have to think that she would know a tan sedan when she seen one. Now, the key part to that was where she parked before she got out and started walking towards the King Road residence, when she parked behind the King Road residence. And you can bet that when she parked and got out and started walking, because she was unsure where she was going, her tail lights would have still been on. Then when you cross-reference that with the statement from Jacob Tisdale of what they did that evening, and you follow the path, they made all those trips exactly the way they say suspect vehicle did around the King Road neighborhood. But on their last pass, as he was going around the corner of the Queen Road apartments, right where Molly's vehicle would have been parked with the taillights on, he put in his report that he had seen a darker vehicle, which in that area, they all look dark, with the taillights on as he made that turn. He literally described seeing Molly's vehicle with the taillights on as he makes the turn, which means the statement that Molly says of her walking back and seeing that tan sedan matches up perfectly with Tisdale's statement of when he drove through there. The key is there was no sport utility. The only vehicle that drove through at that time was what they considered to be suspect vehicle. And to Molly, in the lights at night, the vehicle appeared to be tan. Yet we know that vehicle was silver, light silver. And in the infrared video, as it pulls out of the King Road neighborhood on 1112 King Road camera, then that vehicle would absolutely look bleach white. And we all know that. And I believe that's now I believe that's why Ann Taylor said in court that the vehicle on the camera footage was either white or silver. Silver was the color of the unmarked vehicle. And it most certainly was that vehicle. Now, that was the vehicle that made the passes 330, 337, 356. That wasn't the last vehicle, and I'm going to prove that in this video. So there is still a vehicle that more than likely is a Hyundai Elantra that pulls through on the 404 pass, makes the turn, circles around the apartment. So don't conflate the two. But the bombshell that I'm going to show you in this video is going to prove the first three passes of the Queen Road neighborhood was Tisdale and Rosendahl. I don't know where Rosendahl was when Molly said she seen only one person in the car. That is interesting. I have a theory about that. I'm not going to go into it. I'm going to stick to the facts. But the thing that I'm going to show you in this video is going to blow your mind. And it's how they've confused us since day one. And I'm not even 1,000% sure, folks, that it was done intentionally. I think these guys may be this dumb, because the report that Tisdale had written was written 2 days after the atrocity on November the 15th. He's remembering back to his night on November the 13th. And I believe that he pulled his body cam and he verified his statement with his body cam footage. So to him, it was true. I firmly believe that. What I'm going to show you in this video, though, is going to blow your mind. It's going to pull it all together. It's unbelievable. Kohberger will absolutely be able to file an appeal on new evidence based on this video. Put your hands over your ears if necessary, because I don't want to blow your brains out your ears. But if you do that, be careful. It could shoot right out your nose. Let's go. Okay, now going back to this report, and again, this is by Jacob Tisdale, and he made this report on November the 15th, 2022 at 1:39, I think this is PM. And narrative. On November 12, 2022, at about 2100 hours, which I inadvertently put 11 p.m., that everybody pointed out that's actually 9 p.m. Thank you for pointing that out. He began an overtime shift in a plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. And it goes on to tell what he's doing and the Ford Fusion he was driving. And he says that his detail concluded at 3:52 a.m. Take special note of all of these times in this report. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching an
Yes, please pay close attention to the times, guys. If you have a notebook, write them down. Just follow the times in this because that's very important.
By the way, this is where he goes through and they explain in detail that they went the exact route of suspect vehicle around Queen Road Apartments and back out several times. But then he says during one of the patrols in this area, one of the patrols is important because he's going to go on to say he believes it was the last patrol. While approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot which was extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Now, again, here's the Queen Road Apartments, like this. Here's the King Road house. Here's the road behind the Queen Road Apartments and the road that goes down between there. But then there's this little road that cuts back and dead ends right here. If you read Molly's statement, which we did in the last video, she says she parked in front of the King Road residence, drove around to this area and parked, unsure of where she was going. And she got out and she started walking towards the King Road residence before she turned around, went back, got in her car, pulled back in front. And you can imagine if she is unsure of where she's going, she's parked here and she gets out and she starts walking, trying to figure out where to go, her taillights would likely be on. If my calculations are correct, and they are spot on, this last pass that Tisdale is referring to, when he comes around and he says he recalls seeing a darker colored vehicle with the taillights on, he's coming around here and he's literally seeing Molly McMichael's vehicle with the taillights on. In this dark area with the taillights on, that vehicle probably would have looked dark. He's recalling 2 days later. So he's basically corroborating what Molly said in her initial statement. It lines up perfect except for one thing. All of these times that Tisdale is talking about. So each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. So he drove the same route around every time. During the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 200 and 300 hours. And I'm sure he was recalling a couple of days later on November 13th, 2022. And then he sees a bunch of stuff around the King Road house. We're going to skip that for now. We'll come back to it later. But when he goes through and he says, upon review of my radio history, I don't think it was a review of his radio history, though. I think what Tisdale did, because it was a couple of days later, is I think he pulled up his body cam footage and he looked at his body cam and he seen that he had contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at about 255 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street, after seeing the individuals at King Street. We cleared this contact at 3:32 hours. So this was the Banfield stop that he's talking about. So if you follow what his report is saying, on his last patrol, he's thinking it was at almost 3 o'clock, right where he does the Banfield stop. And that's what's backing it up. And what made me really start digging into this a lot deeper is I seen that the person that had reviewed his statement was none other than Shane Gunderson on November 15th, about 7 hours after he made it. And whenever I see Shane Gunderson, I know there might be some shenanigans involved. And y'all know why I say that, for those of you that have followed me for a long time. So as I looked at this deeper, and I look at everything that they say that happened and why they say that it happened that way. And then I waited after I did that video for somebody to point out something. And finally, one of my commenters pointed out that this couldn't be true because there was another stop by Tisdale and Rosendahl at, I believe it was 3:32 at the apartments where they were harassing the frat boy who had stole the sign. And that little confrontation happened from 3:32 to, I believe, 3:38. We're going to verify it before this video is over. Which really got me to thinking, how could all that be possible then? And then I looked at all these times and I went, so after that last stop with the guys over there with the sign, that means they went off duty 4 minutes after that at 3:52. Wow, that's just really weird. It's like everything lined up perfect except for these hours. And then I realized something. If I was to go through, and this is where your head will explode, folks, because you cannot change every camera of everything you know about in this story, the times. Linda Lane was right. 1112 was right. 1320 Linda Lane was right. The FBI went through a report and verified all those times. But if you take what Mr. Tisdale said, he started work at 9 p.m. and then he quit at 3:52. Well, that is how many hours? Let's see, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, there's 3. That would be 6 hours and 52 minutes of an overtime shift without any lunch or breaks or anything, right? I thought, you know what? That's weird, because you would think they would at least have an 8-hour shift and maybe even, you know, if they don't get comp for a lunch, maybe take one in there. So then I got to thinking, wait a minute. If it was 9 p.m. and Tisdale based everything that he had written in this report off of his body cam, and his body cam for some reason read, say, 3 o'clock, when it should have been reading 4 o'clock, then all of a sudden, everything in this entire case just fell into place. Bear with me. If you take 3:52 based off his body cam and you make this 4:52, bear with me, folks, I'm right on this. And then you take his statements of all of his passes around the Queen Road apartments, and his passes, to the best of his recollection, was between 200 and 300 hours on November 13th, 2022. And you realize that he did this report off his body cam, and you realize his body cam is an hour off. Now it makes this 0300. And it makes this 0400, which means the best of his recollection was they made those trips around the Queen Road apartments right during the time that suspect vehicle was making those trips. And since there is no video proof of their vehicle making those trips before 3:31, it turns out that that actually solves this entire case, but I'm not done. Because he says that upon my review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at 2:55 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street, after seeing the individuals. We cleared this contact at 3:32. Uh-oh. That means the last pass of the 356 vehicle is none other than Gundy or Rosendahl here. And that means that the Banfield stop that we've been looking at for 3 years, perplexed at all those screams we hear, actually happens between 4 and 4:15 a.m. And that means they were done with that contact at 4:32, just in time to go over and harass the guys with the sign at 4:32 to 4:38. And now everything makes perfect sense. They pulled out of the King Street, and the direction that they were facing when they pulled out to harass the Banfield boys was as if they just pulled out of King Street, wasn't it? Their body cam has been off an hour this entire time, and it has threw everybody into a loop. Those 4 guys you see running behind the Banfield cops, that happens at 4 a.m., not 3 a.m. That scream you hear is actually the scream of the atrocity happening at 4 a.m., not 3 a.m. And I'm going to prove it to you as we go through this video. Hold on to your hats. I'm not done. You see, this is where becoming very familiar with the FBI's detailed report of suspect vehicle comes into play. We're going to start right here at the Moscow Police Department a little after 3:20 a.m. on November the 13th, 2022. Rosendahl and Tisdale in their silver Ford Fusion undercover car pull out of the Moscow Police Department on the Southview Avenue heading east. They continue on Southview until it turns into Alice Street, and they continue east until they continue north on Alice Street and then west on Indian Hills. And then they are seen by 3 cameras on Indian Hills at 3:26 a.m. They continue around Indian Hills north until they reach Steiner Avenue, where they turn west. Then they begin to head down Steiner Avenue until they are caught on camera crossing the intersection of Steiner, Main Street, and Louder by the A&W Root Beer at 3:28 a.m. They continue on where they are caught on camera by the Ridge Road apartment video at 3:28 a.m. Then they continue on north on Louder. Then they turn west on Taylor, where they pass Blake Street. And then we see them on the 1320 Linda Lane camera passing Linda Lane at 3:29 a.m. Then they continue on until they get to right here, and we're going to pick up my previous animation with the FBI report down to the second. The FBI report then shows them pull through the King Road neighborhood, and look at this leaked video clip. As we can see the vehicle coming through, very hard to distinguish that one there, but we knew it wasn't the Elantra. And then it comes around the Queen Road Apartments, making their first pass because this is their patrol. And you can see all of the timestamps where the FBI has its headlights on trees and when it's caught on camera. Then it follows the same pass it discussed in the document, and it heads out, not getting a very good view of that car once again, right? Now we know what all of this is about. This is simply a patrol for alcohol and drugs that they do. And as they do this patrol, it turns out they probably weren't stopping anywhere. They were probably just driving really, really slow looking for things. And then they come back up 338. They go back into the King Road address and they do that same pass that they said they did in the document. And they come around once again, nice and slow. And look, they got a leaked video of about 2 seconds of the car there. And then they head out in the same direction and they do basically the same thing. They're just, again, driving really slow because they're on patrol. And then once again, they go down. They're caught on camera here making a U-turn. They come back up following the same patrol route. And then they're caught on camera. And then we never could figure out why they kept stopping here. That's their favorite place to stop, it turns out, as we find out later. And then the DoorDash driver pulls in front of the King Road residence, then pulls behind the King Road residence. And then they go and make another patrol pass. While
Daggle, pause it real quick.
Is sitting there, according to her statement.
Yes, sir.
The only thing I could add to that
77088
is that is what they claim the purpose of that is that they are on patrol.
Right.
That's the official.
Well,
narrative.
they could be on patrol. They could have been. There's a whole other part to this that I'm going to get into too. But I agree with what you're saying. To go along with what you just said, it does make some sense, and it could. What I'm going to explain after the fact. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. For sure. Very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, because here's the thing. The first time that someone lies to you, then that would diminish their credibility. You would have to assume thereafter that everything else is a lie. Assume nothing and verify everything.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
So if they are on patrol, and that is the purpose of their patrol, to look for drunk underage minors, then that would have to be looked into.
I would have to agree. I would definitely have to agree. No problem, sweet and salty. So yeah, good point, Eddie. Good point. And here's the thing, like I said, hey Kara, good to see you. We know that there's got to be logs of this, of their work shift. Okay, so if that's the case, that tells me that higher ups within the department know this. Why was this allowed to pass through? Why was Brian still the one? Okay, a lie is a lie is a lie, period. That's all I'm saying. On we go. Were you done, by the way, Eddie?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trying to figure out which house is right. And then they come back up where they're going to be caught on camera again. Again, the DoorDash driver is still there. They're in their favorite spot that they go to every single time, as we see later on right here. Then they go ahead and they do another one of their little passes, but they turn around before Paradise, go back to their favorite spot. And then they're going to make their last pass through the King Road neighborhood after they sit there for a couple of minutes. And then they're going to actually pull in at 356. Here they go one last time. There goes the DoorDash lady walking down towards the King Road residence. They come around. She sees them. He sees their car parked there. Forget the green car. That was an old animation. That was wrong. Here they are leaving out at 358. And then they go back on this route, except they don't go down far again. They just turn around. And as they come back up, they're caught at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds. Now watch this time up here. 3:58, 59, 4, up, 3:59, 46, 47, 48, 49. They've dubbed over 15 seconds of video time on 1330 Linda Lane. Why do you think they did that? It offsets the horn beeps on Taylor.
Talk to me. Moscow PD. Hey, is that beer?
What's up?
Is that beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
You got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay.
I'll take it back to my car.
ID on you?
I don't.
Okay. I'm going to grab your info just because you got beer and you're walking around with it.
No, it's closed.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I live like right there. I'll take it back if you need.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and running around with beer across the street.
No worries. Sorry about that.
You're good. What's your last name? All right. If you guys all want to stand somewhere in this area, don't run off on me. None of you guys are 21. I can get her.
Now, why go through all this trouble, you may ask? Well, that's because since the vehicle stopped right here for the Banfield boys at 401, that means it cannot be the vehicle that was captured on Ridge Road at 401. That means that while they're stopping the Banfield boys, the green Elantra comes south on Linda Lane, turns east onto Taylor, then south onto Louder, then south onto Ridge Road, where it's caught on camera, and it was the green car all along. Now, when you go back and you watch all the deep dives on the Banfield stop, it's interesting because people always use that as one of their determining factors to believe that the crime happened at 3 a.m. instead of 4 a.m. because you can hear screams. And people have tried over and over to correlate the Banfield stop with the Linda Lane footage down to, hearing the horn beep and even the town square bells ringing or whatever. But when you look at what they did to that 1330 Linda Lane footage, and it took me a long time to even catch that as I was watching the clock because I was trying to match up those horn beeps one time myself. And I noticed that the clock went from 3:59 to 4 and then right back to 3:45. And I went, whoa, what is this? So they dubbed out 15 seconds of time, and you can bet that's how they made people think that things didn't correlate and other things did. But when you take the statements of the officers that they made those several passes exactly the way that they described around the King Road neighborhood, and the last pass they said they made right before the Banfield stop. Well, then all you've got to do is correlate the Banfield stop to the actual video on Linda Lane of the passes of the vehicle and the times that they actually passed it, correlate that with the FBI report of the movements of suspect vehicle, and it tells you where the discrepancy is, and it was in the body cam footage of Tisdale and Rosendahl this entire time. Why do you think they leaked the body cam footage of Rosendahl and Tisdale to Law and Crime early in the investigation? Because they didn't want people to know that the crime happened at 4 and not 3. And that has messed so many people up for so long. So many people have tried to change the times of Linda Lane and everything else in this case to match up to the Banfield body cam footage, when in the end, it's the Banfield body cam footage that's off, 1 minute and 7 seconds. That's why when you look at the 1320 Linda Lane footage, it's missing between 3:30 and 4:06. They don't want you to see the Banfield police car driving past Linda Lane on their way to their next stop, which is at the apartments where they get the frat guy with the sign. And once you take and consider everything and the time they say they got off that night, all you got to do is add the hour and 7 minutes to it, and everything works out perfect.
And don't forget, folks, this is around the time that daylight savings time goes into effect. So it's very, very possible that that could explain that. Just saying. Sorry to interrupt.
And then you have to go right back to that document, though, that I kind of glazed over in the beginning and really understand what it says now that you know the real times that they were pulling through there. You see, that was Tisdale and Rosendahl pulling through at 3:56. They went past possibly the DoorDash driver with several other people as well. But now that you know that really was them, and as they pulled out, then the Banfield stop happened. Let's go back and revisit what Tisdale and Rosendahl actually said they had seen at the King Road residence, now that we know it was at 3:57, not 2:57 when they claimed. As we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, remember, Queen Road is the two apartments. This is north, south, east, and west. So as we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, north on the
That Linda Lane footage went through multiple different people, Chris. I know of two for a fact that it went through, and I'm not going to put their names out there, but I know two people it went through. Whether it was obviously altered at some aspect, different audio and things like that was changed on it, and that's why I never really followed it until I could find, hoping I could find the actual footage. Kane Francis is who put that out initially. It came from him, I should say, and gave to multiple other people. So how it got altered, I don't know. I can't answer that question. I wish I did know. I'm just telling you what I do know.
west side. So as he comes around, he's going this way. What did he see? I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. You got to be kidding me. He saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. Now that we know what time he really was coming through there, he sees several individuals approaching the residence. Now, who do we know is approaching the residence at this time? Molly McMichael, in her statement, says she's approaching it at this time. But not only her and several individuals. Several means more than two, y'all. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers. Why does it do that to me? Alcoholic containers and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. So the people that he's seen, I guess, didn't look intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. So he literally is seeing the unalivers walk to the King Road address, several of them, right at the time the crime happened, but he didn't see any reason to contact him for their related patrol. Why do you think they wouldn't want this to be known? I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. So again, what is he saying? He's coming down the road right here. Let's get a clear spot. All right. There's a clear spot. So here's the house on King Road. Here's their little parking lot out in front of their house. Here's Queen Street. And here is the road that goes behind the Queen Road apartments right here. Boom, boom. So that means he's driving down this road and he's about right here and he sees people in this parking lot, just like he said, by the east side of the parking lot. So he couldn't see them because he obstructed vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot. So they're coming through, but these vehicles parked on the side here and all this little brush makes it hard for him to see them. The individuals were walking close to a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. Northeast. So they were walking close to a vehicle right here. Again, the individuals were walking close to a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. So he's staring at them as they're going in. They didn't care. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals were there, what they were wearing, or any other details as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering from intoxication. So apparently they were pretty steady and they didn't have beverages in their hands. So since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. I can't say that I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. But upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at Taylor Avenue at about, we know now this is 401. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street after seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street. We cleared this contract at try 455. All right, so when we go back up here, though, he's seen at least 2, possibly 3 individuals. One of them had blonde hair. Well, we know that Molly doesn't have blonde hair. So who does she hang out with? Because what he's describing is what Molly described her doing in her statement, walking towards the King Road residence as she's seen that vehicle. But it turns out it wasn't just Molly. It was Molly and at least 2 other people, maybe more than that. But one of them had blonde hair. Your minds are immediately going to go to Dylan and Bethany. But I think there's somebody else with blonde hair that Molly knows real well that makes a more likely candidate. By the time I'm done with this, that Ellensburg, Washington connection, if y'all watched that video, is going to be the key to the whole case. But I can tell you now, irrefutably, that the vehicle that made the first 3 passes around the King Road residence was none other than Tisdale and Rosie in the unmarked car. I can also tell you with all confidence that the vehicle that was captured on camera on Ridge Road was the green Elantra. That leaves the vehicle that passed the King Road residence starting at 404 and speeding out of there at 420. See, that one is a totally different vehicle than the other ones. Now, it is quite possible that that vehicle could have been Brian Kohberger's because of the route that I told you Kohberger took to Wawa would put him entering that neighborhood right at 404. It's quite possible. But it's more, I'm just going to tell you right now, I found docs in here that's going to prove that that wasn't Brian Kohberger's car either. In fact, I found docs in these docs that proves what car that was and why that Ellensburg connection is going to be so important and why I firmly believe the blonde-haired lady that Tisdale had seen was none other than that Miss Braun. It's coming to you, and it's coming to you hard. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Post your comments, thoughts, criticisms. Till next time, file that appeal, Kohberger. Pavarotti's out.
And there we are, folks. All wrapped up with a bow, as he likes to put it, I guess. So
Remember, everybody needs to remember this too, because I wasn't sure on the time thing. The time thing, how he said it was ahead, and I was like,
Right.
I was kind of thinking backwards. But I was watching chat there, and 2 things I had wrote down I seen other people state. One, look at the cars that were going by in Banfield. The truck they didn't really hide, like tried to hide, but they didn't blur it out. The car that went by, they made sure we couldn't tell what kind of car that was. And on the body cam at 2:55, we seen what looked like headlights on the front of 1122. And then it went out, and then the car went by.
Yep. Conveniently. And Annie has been saying for a couple of years, Christy, that it sure seemed like they were trying to keep some things hidden, per se. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I mean, if you watch it, guys, we watched the Banfield thing in the beginning probably 352 times. And yeah, now with all this coming out, wow, is all I can say. It makes so many different things make so much more sense. And like I was saying with what Eddie said earlier, I was talking to them last night in the Discord. We were talking about this, and I said, I very easily, he said it's an overtime shift. They may not have known, like Pop said, or they may. It could go either way, but they could have been told, hey, we need some people to pick up an extra shift here for this little program we're running. Who wants it? These two jumped on it. Or they could have went directly to those two and said, hey, we need you to do this and this. Or it could have been they knew a little bit more about it, or a lot more about it than what has been told, which I can lean towards that. Okay. I don't like Rosendahl myself. I never have. Rosendahl, whatever his name is. Something about him has always made me uncomfortable, but that doesn't mean he did anything, but that's just my feeling. Welcome, Alicia. Good to see you. So at that point, if you watch the Banfield video, and we can always go and watch that video, you can see things in that video that, knowing other things now, you notice it. That's to where we didn't notice it so much before. All of this fits in. These are puzzle pieces that fit right into the puzzle, in my opinion. So,
and nobody thinks it's strange that these three boys from Banfield were seen going into 1122 and coming back out at that time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right. That just blows my mind. I mean, you're reading that report and they're saying they seen them go into that residence, and then 15, 20 minutes later, come back out.
100%. And like SRB just said, no one's asking you guys to believe in all this stuff, guys. It's solely up to your own interpretation. Just take it into account and process it and see what you come up with after knowing and finding out what it is that we have been learning recently. And these reports that are documented, factual pieces of information added to it. So, welcome.
And if anyone's ever watched and seen me, you all should know that I was the first to say that Brian was there. He was part of this. I never didn't roll him out. I always, in my mind, thought he was there. He was either driver, cleaner. I just didn't see him physically doing all four of these.
Right.
Kids. But
wait, hold on,
now. Go ahead.
I'm spazzing right now.
What, Hunt? Say again.
I'm spazzing right now. I gotta get this out, and then I'll write down.
Go ahead.
That was me.
Rosenthal's in the silver car, but in that report that just dropped, when Payne was doing his whatever test, Payne was in an undercover white car.
Right.
Yep.
Right. What car did they blur out driving by? A white car. Think about it.
Could be.
There's a silver and a white one. Undercovers.
They probably have a couple various, a couple different versions of these things.
But they're both there that night.
They could be. Yes, ma'am. Very much so. I mean, you notice that it does look a lot like the other one as it's sitting there. And why do they keep going back to that spot that he points out their favorite spot? They do. They keep going back to that spot. What are they doing?
I don't know. I'm just saying that Payne was doing his test in an undercover white car in that dock.
Yeah,
Rosenthal's in a silver car.
Right, and that could have been another vehicle that goes by too. That's another unmarked car. That's what I call it. Sorry.
But he was heading to the house, right?
That car was going away from them.
Away from the house.
Yeah, and they were
get his jacket up.
They were standing east of the house. I believe it is west of the house. I'm sorry. And that car was going away from them, going south, I guess you could call it, depending on where you're standing in the field. But either way, it could have been another somebody else in another car, or it could have just been another, just a white car that looks like that too. Just saying.
Okay, well, I'm just
Very
saying.
good.
I
It's a
think
good-
it's a little weird. Rosenthal's in a silver one, but Payne's doing his little white test in a white one.
It could, yeah, no, understood. That's a good point. Good catch.
And if you ask Moscow, they don't have any hybrids.
Right.
Because I've spoke to them a lot.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they shut me down on my FOIA, so I'm like, are you kidding me?
But Blake
Oh,
was
they-
saying he got in the silver university
Okay.
cop car.
Meaning, say that again. I'm sorry.
In
Pete.
Blaker's video, he said he used the university's silver car.
Right. Well, it's probably the one that they use. Well, here's for those of you that don't know.
Saying are
This.
those university cop cars.
Right. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people may not know this. University of Idaho does not have security or their own police. They subcontract to Moscow. I don't know if they subcontract. They use Moscow PD as their security. As we all noticed, you see them all over the place. They're doing all the noise complaints, blah, 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 stuff like that. So that's their campus security, blah, blah, blah. So is that car sanctioned as a campus vehicle? And they use it for that, for campus reasons, as they're doing this whole alcohol, whatever thing they're doing. Could be. It could be listed and registered that way. That could be how they have it, you know.
But it
through
wouldn't
the
be under Moscow, is what I'm saying. It'd be under the university.
Probably. It very well could be, yeah. That would make a lot of sense.
So they're not really lying about it.
Well,
They don't have those cars because it's not under Moscow PD. It'd be under the university.
Well, and that would be a good way to be able to keep that. Yes. Yeah. Good point.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say is think about that.
Yeah,
If
no.
they have
good-
one. You think the whole university just has one car, one little security car? Doubtful.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. Like I said, I'm sure that there's multiple vehicles that are from the department that are parts for this and for that and for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, that would make sense.
I don't know.
Good
Speak me out a
catch,
little bit. Silver
Good
and
catch.
white is both in the freaking little
The
report.
biggest,
here.
yeah, and the biggest thing to this is that is not Brian's car that's making them loop the loops around that whole area.
No, but haven't we all kind of really known that the whole time?
Yeah, but now we have proof.
Really.
Absolutely.
I mean-
And we have absolute proof now. And it's in, you can't deny it now because it's in their own reports. So there it is. And that is important to me, folks. Very important to me.
All right, I'm getting down. Thank you.
Thank you, P. Appreciate you. And not to mention, I still have big issues. We have one of these officers that's got multiple, from my understanding, internal affairs investigations opened up on him. I don't know much about the other guy, but I just don't trust him. I don't trust Rosie at all. And I just have never been comfortable with him after watching that interaction he had with Kaylee at the house. And maybe it's just me, you know, my third sense or whatever you want to call it. Who knows? Not third sense. You know what I meant? I just got issues with him. And Gunderson signs off on all these things. I have issues with him. That's all I'm saying. It bugs me. It bugs me a lot. Welcome, Alicia. Good to have you back. Let me see here. So,
And Daigle, think of this. If this is true, and of course it would have to be proven, it is a great theory. Of course, the defense experts and the state's experts would have to battle that out. But in the effort to exonerate Brian Kohlberger at trial, think in a normal case, you wouldn't have to go through the effort of trying to argue the facts, the evidence that was turned over in discovery. This is a Herculean effort. If they have gone through this type of effort to corrupt the discovery before turning it over to the defense, this would not show anything about what really happened that night. This would all be an effort just to get him exonerated.
Yeah, agreed. Truly. I mean, and that's, in my opinion, the number one thing that needs to happen first. And then all this other stuff still needs to be put out and say, you know, gone through and as to say why. What are you guys doing here? What was the purpose of this? again and why. And I know they're covering up obviously what happened here. That's the question as to why. Why did this happen over here? And who is involved? You know what I mean? And yes, I agree with you, Eddie.
If they're willing to edit out 15 seconds of 1330 Linda Lane video to cover up any evidence or any truth, then it would certainly seem possible. You would have to almost assume that then they therefore would be willing to make that body cam time be off by an hour, so that
that's not hard to there's other things that were off in here time wise, like as far as stamps like that. Throughout the whole investigation, it doesn't take much for that to be off, truly. But that is the biggest part of this whole thing, is for that whole thing to be able to be proven. I guess part of that would have to be, Eddie, that we'd have to look into, do they manually change those when like daylight savings happens? Because that happened the weekend before this. Is it possible that it was forgotten? These two guys were doing some other detail. There was an overtime thing, an extra thing. It wasn't typical service that they do, on their normal shifts. Did they use some body cams that were not normally used, hadn't been refreshed, things like that? I mean, that's how you would have to look into it. And I agree, that's probably the biggest part of that. So, okay.
Add to that the complexity of how all this stuff was leaked. They have somehow created like a insulation barrier between some of this evidence and themselves, because it was leaked by whomever, like the owner of the Queen Road Apartments.
Yes,
perhaps.
Yes, that would be that Kane gentleman that I was speaking of earlier, right? Dogbone, okay. And I can get what you're thinking and how you feel, and I respect it, but explain to me how Brian did this if he wasn't there. It's been proven that wasn't his car now, okay? We saw visual proof of it. It's in a written report by them that's their vehicle driving in circles, which is suspect vehicle 1, according to the investigation. So if that's not the same car and not the same guy driving it, and he wasn't there, how did he do this? Not to mention, they still, let's go back to the facts on this. The more, evident facts is that they don't have him, based on their own words, inside that home. They have no proof that Brian was there. That was their proof that we just completely debunked. So explain to me how he did it if it's him. Why is it that, and I'm not calling you a guilter, Dogbone, I'm just saying, in any other aspect, why is it that none of the guilters can see something that is a fact-based piece of information or evidence, see it in front of their face and say, okay, maybe I was off? But we can do that.
That's never going to change.
I don't know. It's in your face. It's right there in front of your two eyes.
There is one question that Ann Taylor still does not have an answer to. When she says that the defense has been over and over the PCA, and they are still not sure how the state decides on Brian Koberger, you can't gloss over what she's trying to say there. She's saying that he's being framed. And rest assured, she does not have that answer. The state would not dare to give that answer, because someone who has no connection to the crime, there would be no way to get a person like that on their radar.
Right. Good opinion, or good point. Sorry, bud. Okay, back to Dogbone. In my opinion, it was his car, the white launcher in the clip he made. We just watched it, though. They wrote in their own report, my friend, that they made that patrol pass multiple times. And we just watched it happen. I don't understand. Is it that hard to let go of the fact that they're wrong? That there was something done here that's not right? Why is that so hard? We visually saw it in front of our faces with our own two eyes, or our own, however many people in here, eyes. Okay, we all saw it. It's in their report. What else do we have to have? And it was even stated by one of their other witnesses. She saw this person that has the same resemblance as this guy driving it and the same type of vehicle. The difference would be lighting, which truly makes no difference out here because anything could look a little different, darker, lighter, whatever. So I don't understand. If you're seeing it with your own two eyes, why is it still not okay to admit that?
And
You're not
it's frustrating.
You're not. Sorry, hold on, Eddie. Let me finish this thought real quick. You're not going to be attacked by other people if you think differently, or if you see something and you're allowed to change your own mind. You don't have to stay in that same boat and keep rowing down the same river. When you see facts, it's okay to change your mind. Anyway, go ahead, Eddie.
What's frustrating is it is probably the truth. The way Pavarotti has depicted the route travel of that undercover Ford Fusion.
Right.
But if you zoom out, if you were on the map and you zoomed away, kind of backed out, and you look at the size of the town, if their purpose was to look for minor in possession, look at the area that they're patrolling and look at the size of the town, you would notice that they're circling around one particular area, one house, so to speak. And that is suspicious. Of course, they would deny that. This is what's infuriating is because conveniently they don't have a dash cam. So they would deny that, of course.
Of course, because there's no way to prove it, right?
Yeah, we were all over. We were down Greek Road. We were there. I mean, so the state's position is, no, that wasn't the car that circled 3 times, through those parts of the drive that was depicted in that video.
Right.
So,
sir, yes, sir.
It's just more of the cover up, and they're full aware of it, and they can play around it with.
I agree. Very good point, my friend. Very good point. All right. Anything else to add to that, Miss Christie, before we start reading these reports?
Nope. I agree.
Yep. I mean, that's pretty much the only way to look at it, in my opinion. Like I said, I absolutely respect people's thoughts on things, folks. Don't get me wrong. But when I see something in front of my eyes, it's black and white right here. There's no other way to look at it. And it's a factual piece of information. At some point, I'm going to say, okay, that's what that is. Regardless of what I'm being led to believe, here it is. I can't look at it any other way. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what's happened with me. Like I said, I looked at it as it was, his car. It was him. He admitted that was that, and after reading all of this, I'm just, okay, I don't know who did it. I really don't, but I know something's not right.
Absolutely. Like I said, Brian to the side. I'm not even paying attention. It's not that I don't care, but I'm not even thinking about Brian right now. I want to know, how did something like this happen? How did that happen? And it's just passed on by and not even paid. Like they're not even talking about this until after this man's been convicted and is in prison.
I have to chuckle at times, and I think of them like, do they know whose car this was, or were they really chasing themselves around, thinking that it was?
I mean, yeah, that's a great point. Great point.
I mean, they might not know. They might not be able to make it out. So they're chasing this car around, just saying, okay, it's this car. But meanwhile, the whole time they've been following themselves.
Well, and that's Pop said that. He goes, they really could be that dumb.
Yeah.
So, it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's the thing. It's very hard for me to have believed through this whole thing that this many mistakes can be made in an investigation. So in turn, I had to take that into effect and say, okay, I'll give you some of these mistakes, but no law enforcement agency that I can ever imagine could very possibly make that many damn mistakes without some of these things being done on purpose. Come on. And if they can, God help anybody that they're in charge of, is all I'm saying. Coincidence don't exist like that to me, folks. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. And I have to be realistic at some point and say, okay, that's 25 too many mistakes there. I'll give you 1. I'll give you 2. I'll even give you 5 or 6. It's a quadruple homicide. There's going to be some mistakes, but every mistake we've seen, there's no way that you can do that many times. Guys, how many times yesterday, and I'm sure I'm about to call it out. Here's another one. I'm sure I'm about to call it out again. How many mistakes did we see within this? Just reading these documents yesterday, I read how many reports from Brett Payne that they were interviews with witnesses, potential witnesses, anything like that the man didn't record. Eddie, do you remember how many of those we went over that I called everyone? There's another one. He didn't record it.
Too many.
There's way too many. And this is a murder investigation. This is not somebody stole candy from the corner store. Okay.
It just fits with their no report taken for everything too.
Everything. And I said before to some of you guys that I don't know if you remember this, but Molly, after this stuff happened and we got into this, she started keeping track of Moscow's police logs, their whatever they call them. Anyway, and we started reading through them. Do you know how many times they responded to a call that they took no report on? Out of every 10, 9 of them, there was no report. I think that one had to be taken because somebody went to the hospital and there had to be a run report on it. Who does that? Besides Moscow, we know. Okay. What kind of police work is that?
And Dago, this is a sore subject with me because when I hear people considering the possibility of it being, Keystone Cops, or they're making they made mistakes because they're not, veteran, they're not from the big city,
It doesn't matter. Right.
Don't be lulled into believing that or thinking along those lines because no one is that foolish. They are very smart. This is because that would be the difference between being deliberate or making mistakes and accidental. This is certainly deliberate because it leaves the door open. If you believe that these are just, they're just making many mistakes, that leaves the door open for then, okay, so they got the right guy, but they just made mistakes and had to cover up those mistakes, or they made mistakes not realizing that they got the wrong guy. Or that leaves that door open, which that's a dangerous, mindset to have in this case.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just to respond, I saw your conversation, Dogbone, and what you had said before that. It's not completely true. There's been points you've made that I've said that's a good point. But the thing you're saying that never once does anybody agree with you because the things that you're talking about, there's blatant evidence to prove the opposite of, my friend. That's why nobody's agreeing with you. Okay? If it was something that was questionable, and I mean seriously questionable, I could see people leaning in your direction saying, okay, I could see that. The things that you're making the statements on, though, they're like just what we just did now. In your opinion, that's Brian's car. We just saw blatant proof that it wasn't. Absolute blatant proof that belonged, that car that they see circling again and again and again, that they see on camera, everybody squaring up and down was that Elantra, is now known to be a plainclothes police vehicle. Undercover, I'm sorry. Cars don't wear clothes, folks. Just saying. But you know what I meant. That's what I'm saying. So, and we saw it with 2 eyes. I saw it on video. Video don't lie. I mean, it can, but not like that. And then the gentlemen themselves wrote it, or one of them wrote it in his report that they were doing that at those times. How do you deny that and turn around and say, I still think it was Brian's car? You can't, because he wasn't there. Unless they were tailgating each other, driving in circles, racing in a circle one behind the other, which makes no sense. And we only saw one car. So there's no other way that could be true. So, and at some point you have to say, okay, shut up, SRB. At some point you have to say, okay, that was wrong. Brian's car wasn't there. And if that breaks down your whole thought process on Brian Koberger, I'm sorry, but it's a fact. Just as much as if we were given a fact that proved something against Brian, we would have no choice but to say, okay, as much as I don't think I like this, there it is. It's a fact. I have to go with it. That's all I'm saying, my friend. We don't have a choice. Facts are facts. That's all there is to it. Yep, and not guilty people plead guilty to murders they didn't commit. That happens every day. It may not make sense, but it happens every day, Matt. There's people sitting on death row that have pled guilty to things they didn't do. That's been proven innocent already. Many of them. It is a fact that he pled guilty. Do you know why he pled guilty, Matt? For a fact? Besides what you're going to say is that he did it because you believe he did? And we have agreed with some of the stuff you've said too, Dogbone. You've made good points, okay? This time, this point, there's no way to defend that. Like I said. I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that thinks he did it, Matt. Tell me how he did it if he wasn't there. I want to know. I want to know how you think he did it if he wasn't there. If we know he wasn't there now. Or was he riding in the back seat with the two under the plainclothes officers and jumped out at some point? Is that how that happened? What else makes any sense? The only reason why I think he didn't do it, Matt, was because there's things proving to us that he didn't. I'm not going to go round and round in circles like this, okay? I know it's obvious you just like to argue about it, so do your thing, brother. But I go based on factual information that I see. That's all I do. And that's all I'm saying. If you don't want to do that, more power to you, brother. Because it's true. You do like to argue. You do it with me constantly. So she's absolutely right. Yes, really. Again, you don't have to be here, my friend. Nobody twisted your arm and drug you in here. If you don't like what we're talking about, you know, you're always welcome, but more power to you. He pled guilty. I did get over it. You're the one that seems to have the issue with it. You get over it. And that's about the last time I'm going to say that, because the next statement that comes out of my mouth is going to get louder and nastier. So if you don't want to be here, don't fucking be here. Excuse me. On we go. Welcome, Lisa Vallejo. Good to see you. Is it funny? It's funny, I know. You probably should try growing up. That might be about that good point for you to do. Get loud. And is that what you want me to do? You're such a child. Look at you.
You know, they could go out and mow the grass or do something productive. I mean, they won. He pled guilty. So why be here?
Right. Go do your thing. You don't need to be here. Go to work. There's one. Go do something other than sitting in here arguing with grown adults like a 5-year-old does. They're taking a break. Oh, Alicia strikes again. Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, it's starting to get, I can feel that's what they're trying to do, is get me all worked up. It's all good. Anyway, sorry, folks. Moving on. So this one here was interesting. Once again, written by Brett Payne. This is number 206. Hey, Jesse. Good to see you, buddy. By the way, the link is pinned at the top, guys. If anybody wants to pop up with us, you're welcome to. This was the narrative on this, was the Amazon return items in Koberger's vehicle. On June 8th of 23, I accessed Koberger's white Hyundai Elantra in order to photograph items in the trunk compartment. The items were identified as being ordered via Amazon by the same account Koberger used to purchase the K-bar knife with sheath. I was able to identify 3 items from the trunk compartment, which I could positively identify as the same items ordered from Amazon per the return obtained via subpoena in this case. The first item was a bottle of supplements named Amandine Vitamin D3 K2 Vegan on the Amazon return. The bottle was in the trunk compartment and was contained in a small plastic bag. Sorry, guys. The bottle's labeled red, Amandine Vegan D3 K2 dietary supplements. The second item I positively identified was labeled as a leader brand scissor jack 1.5 tons on the Amazon return. I found a 1.5 ton scissor jack in the trunk compartment, but it did not have any brand markings. Welcome, Terry. Oh shoot, where did I go? I just lost my place. 1 second. I searched the name on Amazon, found the same item I located in the trunk compartment. It should be noted the jack came with a ratchet handle as well. This item was booked previously. The third item I located was labeled Cartman, warning triangle dot approved on the Amazon return. I located a red rectangular plastic box with warning triangles. Inside on the side of the box was a sticker which read Cartman. On the top of the sticker, Cartman warning triangle dot approved. So this is like one of them things, if you were to break down the side of the road, those triangles that you can put out there to alert people coming at you, kind of like what Eddie's thing looks like right there. His avatar is one of them type things that you put out behind your car if you're broke down. I photographed these items and attached the photos to the case electronically, and on they go. That was the end of that one. Guys, excuse me for one quick second. You can talk amongst yourselves. I have to use the little boys' room. I'll be right back.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Eddie, how are ya?
I'm good today. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just this is just all kind of coming together, but I still have several different thoughts. You know,
Have you been here the entire time? Have you watched the Pavarotti videos with us?
Yeah. And I'm just trying to figure out if this is all a setup and they're involved, and Brian could still be involved, but I don't know.
Hi, Terry.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's not involved. I mean,
Yep.
he
That's
very
how
well
I
could
felt.
be. But he did not. He could have. This is going to sound really weird, so nobody think I'm weird. But my friend was MK Ultra, so she kind of broke this down for me. And it's very possible that he could have been MK Ultra and very easily gone in and boom, boom, boom. That's where that black heart. There's a lot of things that, if you look at his eyes in the trial or the hearing, rather, they're dark. It's almost like he's soulless. But I'm not saying that he did it, but he didn't do it. There were other people involved. Let's put it that way.
Ro, not yet. It's
What now?
I put in a FOIA for it. I was answering somebody in chat, but I put a FOIA in for it, but I haven't got it yet. And we'll see if they give it to me.
Have you gotten any answers to your any of your FOIA requests? Like any negative answers at all?
They contacted me last week and told me as of July 1st they have a new law that anybody that's out of state has to pay to get anything.
Yeah, I figured that.
I said, well, isn't that kind of convenient? And the lady just kind of chuckled. But so she had to drop all the FOIAs I had in, and then I got to redo them, and then the certain ones I want, and then she'll send me a price list with it.
Right. Yeah, and they're going to make a killing. You know that. They're going to make so much money on this.
Yep. I told her, I said, oh, it won't be me FOIAing them. Somebody else can pay for all that. Because I mean, the one thing I asked for was there was an incident at the Steam place prior to this, and they wanted $100 for that one.
Wow.
Like, no, I can see paying like maybe 50 and below for certain things if I got body cam and that. But she told me the moment I add body cam or a 911 call or anything like that, I'm up over 50.
Wow.
So for paperwork, it's $30. I'm like, oh, gee, thanks. So
that's insane.
Yeah. So I don't know how many I'll be getting at that price, but I did put in a few to see what they would charge me. Or because it is linked to this case, maybe they won't. I don't know, but we'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
That's nuts.
Carried the black heart. The black heart was what he had that was laying next to him in the there was like a picture, like a drawing of a black heart
Right.
lying to him in the sentencing hearing.
Yeah, he brought it with him. When he came through the, somehow or another, it was brought. We talked about that not too long ago. I can't remember what the answer was on that, but it was. I believe it was something he brought with him when he came in. It was handed to him or something like that as he was coming in. Maybe I'll have to go back and look at the conversation we had about it, but I can't remember exactly right now.
Well, I'm sorry. I was just going to finish. Another reason why I think that he could have been MK Ultra. I mean, he was with where he came from, right? He was sent there. Is that broken doll houses also have something to do. That's another MK Ultra sign. And what did Anne keep calling the house? The doll house. It was broken.
I don't know what you mean. I missed what you were saying.
I'm saying that my friend Kelly was MK Ultra, and she broke some of this down for me. And she's like, she sees a lot of things in here, like the black heart. He could have I don't. You guys aren't going to believe me because it's so far out there, so I don't really want, but there's very possibility that there's a huge cover up going on, obviously.
Right.
But there's a very good possibility that Brian could have been involved with a kill switch. And he very easily, she said, could have killed 4 people that fast, stabbed that, and with no emotion whatsoever. But they could have been driving around making sure nobody was coming around the area. But they were involved, in my opinion.
So
but I don't know. I'm not saying that Brian was involved. I do not know. I was not there. I'm just saying, throwing out a theory.
Right. Gotcha. No worries. I just didn't hear what you said because I had stepped away for a minute.
Right. I was saying that she said that the black heart, that's a sign for, to keep them dead inside. To show no emotion during.
I don't know. Massas, from what because Quiz was there, said that when they come walking in, I guess he saw Massas hand it to him. So
that's what I'm saying. That would have come from the police because this was a cover up and the police are involved.
So wait, you mean the police gave that to Eliza to give to Brian?
If that's who gave it to him. I don't know who gave it to him. I didn't see that. I just know it was sitting next to him the whole time, and he was very almost looking dead inside throughout the entire.
Well, what I understood from hearing the other side of it was that it was like a card or something that his mother wanted to give him, and they couldn't actually give him the actual card, so they copied or something like photocopied it or something like that, and then she gave it to him that way because that's how it turned out after the photocopy. Now I don't know if that's true either, but that's something else I heard with that too. But then Massas handed it to him after the fact.
We hear so many different things, and all I'm just going by right now, I'm just giving a theory of what my friend that actually was MK Ultra, and she is breaking this down for me. She broke it down, and she's like, I see this, I see that, I see this. I'm seeing things, little clues here and there.
Mm-hmm. Understood. I don't. MH, I have no idea what you're talking about with that one there. But any update on the hired hitman on the moped? No clue.
What?
No idea. Justice said that's exactly it. It's a Purple Heart, and when you photocopy it, it comes out looking darker than that. That's what I kind of thought. So they couldn't give him the actual card itself because he's an inmate. So they photocopied it onto a piece of paper, and that's what he was handed so that his mother could be able to give him something. That's all that was.
That doesn't make sense. They can get actual mail.
Not in the courtroom.
Why couldn't he get
He can't have any kind of anything. He's getting ready to be sentenced as a quadruple murderer, They're not allowed to have anything like that in the courtroom, I guess. That's my understanding. So,
Is there any pictures of what we're talking about?
yeah, that photo of that piece of paper that was sitting next to him on the table had looked like a black heart on it and the colored stuff around it.
I mean,
Did
I
you
talk
see it?
about this, and I'm afraid people are going to think I'm like nuts, but I'm really not. I mean, I none of us have been. I don't think it's not something that's spoken about a lot, you know. But it is something that is a thing. It really is, and it makes a lot of sense if you start to break things down. If you understand MK Ultra.
I know about it. I've read on it. I've seen some stuff on it. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. I haven't looked into it as far as the aspect of it with this. Let me see.
I mean, he could have been sent out there for that.
Maybe. I mean, anything. Like I said, anything at this point is very possible. Hang on a minute here. One minute, guys. I'm just trying to catch up everything real quick. Hold on.
SRP, you're short.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, you guys. I got different things coming at me at different times. I'm just trying to catch up and make sure I have everything and everybody understands. Or I understand everybody. Sorry. Okay.
Just ignore me in Discord if that's what's distracting you. Sorry.
Oh, no. You're not bothering me. Not at all.
Okay, sorry.
No, I saw what you were talking about too, but it wasn't you. No, you're fine. I just want to make sure I'm getting everybody's info that they're giving me at the same, and it's all coming in at the same time. So don't worry about it. You're fine. It's not you at all. And being able to keep this on track. That's all. So moving forward. Sorry, guys. Not that I didn't mean to delay. Hey, Heather. Good to see you. Gen 7 and everybody else. And no, Terry, listen, like I said, anything is possible anywhere. Okay. By the way, Nelly, I saw what you said earlier. I can't find your channel, dear. Otherwise, I would have looked at that. My apologies. And I will at some point. What's important, Krista? I'm lost with what you're saying, Krista. Apparently, Bill Thompson just did an interview with Statesman. Was televised. I think it was probably an article. I'll find it if you guys want me to. Let me get through a few of these, and then we'll go look for that. Or one of the mods will probably find it. No problem. No problem. So this one here was put out by Brett Payne again. Files attached to case electronically. Contact a secure link. So this is one of those documents. There's nothing for us to see here. It's just stuff that was loaded into their system for oh, here we go. Okay. So this is interesting to me. All right, so this next one again, Brett Payne. This was 208 put through June 13th of 23. The narrative on this is on Tuesday, June 13th. Detective Darren Gilbertson from ISP provided me with 3 packages he obtained by ordering the items from Amazon. Detective Gilbertson stated that he purchased the items in the same fashion used by Koberger to purchase a K-bar with sheath, a K-bar sharpener, and a bottle of supplements. I photographed each of the packages and their contents along with the order paperwork Detective Gilbertson provided. These packages contained 1 K-bar, straight fighting knife with a leather USMC sheath, a K-bar sharpener, and a bottle of vegan supplements. I attached all photos to this case and booked all of the items into MPD evidence on June 13th, 23. Paperwork was included in the package containing the knife itself. So that was probably what they were going to be bringing in inside of a box into the courtroom to be displayed. Because that is what they want the world to believe the weapon of choice was here, which we have no proof of that yet. So yeah, this was crazy. I agree with Jen. To do something like that, that was nuts. But whatever. Do your job, however you need to do it. Okay, number 209. Hold on here. These are all emails and things that they attached to the case. Okay, this was the meeting with the Spokane medical examiner. On June 7th of 23, I reached out to Dr. V.S., Chief Medical Examiner, examiner for the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, to arrange a meeting with the Latah County Prosecutor's team. Dr. S stated she could meet me on June 28th, 23, which worked for the prosecuting team. On June 27th of 23, I met with a TSMPD evidence technician and had item 733, 23M, 1025 K-bar knife temporarily released to me so I could bring it to the meeting with Dr. S. I locked item 733 into a temporary lockbox in MPD detectives as our meeting was on the following day. On the 28th, I removed item 733 from the lockbox and MPD detectives and brought it with me to Spokane. On June 28th of 23, at approximately 10:30 hours, myself, along with Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty, met with Dr. S at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office. Dr. S had pre-selected several photos from each victim to go over with us, so she could describe the shape of a weapon which would have caused the injuries. I removed the K-bar knife from the sealed package and showed it to Dr. S. Dr. S stated the shape and size of the K-bar knife was consistent as being the weapon which could have caused the injuries on all four of the victims. Dr. S described how some of the wounds had 2 points on either end, and how some wounds had a point on one end and a square shape at the other end. Dr. S explained how the K-bar knife could have created these wounds, depending on the depth of the injury. Dr. S explained the tip of the knife having sharp edges on either side would show a wound with the points on either end. Dr. S described a deeper wound would show a point one side with the square on the other end, and how it matched the shape of the knife blade, having the single sharp edge on one side and the square edge on the other below the tip. Dr. S pointed out some of the wounds had a mark that was consistent with the guard of the K-bar knife. Dr. S described how the wounds could look different depending on the skin, stretching the dynamics of the situation at the time, the angle or position of the knife was in when it was inserted and or removed, and how a victim was moving or not moving at the time. See, I wonder if the defense had the ability to do this as well, not just the prosecution. Dr. S described some injuries depicted with the strength of the weapon itself, and the force used would have been great. We concluded our meeting with Dr. S. I brought item 733 back to MPD and booked it back into MPD evidence on June 28th of 23. All right. That's interesting. Like I said, I hope that the defense had the ability to do some things like that as well. Okay, this document here is just about it's a thumb drive that they put all the email tips on, and that's all it is. Describes how they put it into evidence and all that. Okay, so this next one is about the aerial surveillance that they did. This was, again, Brett Payne, Mr. I don't record anything. On Thursday, June 29th to 23, I located 2 thumb drives containing video surveillance footage of the access gates at Indian Mountain Lake's gated community where Koberger's parents' home was located, and aerial surveillance footage and photos of the Koberger's residence. Hold on a minute.
Dago, what number are you on? What one is this?
212.
212. Thank you.
Yes, we're almost done. I verified the thumb drive contained the correct footage and videos, and but okay, so this is another thumb drive. There's a lot of these that are just things like this that takes up time that we don't need to do. Now,
And by the way, real quick, not to interrupt, but the only reason to take someone down like that is because they're innocent. Guilty people you would take in for questioning, simply.
what's that, Eddie?
So they're a suspect. Was it December? When did they claim they learned the tip from the FBI? December 19th or the 20th? So at that point, as soon as they had that tip, that name, Brian Kohlberger, they would have, if this was a real case, if they really suspected that person being guilty of this, they would just simply bring him in for questioning.
Yeah,
the only reason to take him down SWAT style is for effect, for the
Oh,
drama.
yeah, they needed it to be seen, right?
To make
Yeah,
it look like he's guilty.
yeah. They had to make him look like he was Jeffrey Dahmer when they went in after him. That's a fact. Critical. He has the ability to appeal this for ineffective assistance of counsel, for judicial misconduct, for prosecutorial misconduct, for violation of his 16th Amendment. I mean, all of these things are reasons for him to appeal. As the judge himself said, he has the ability to still appeal. There's a case out there that is just like a situation where they actually had to do this. So it does exist, and it can happen. It's not, what was I going to say here? It's, he covered all his bases. That's fine, but he still has the ability to do that. He himself said that. Just so you know, it's not a delusion. It's an absolute fact that he is allowed to appeal, folks. For those of you who don't believe it, you can go read it. It's there. Hey, Humphrey, good to see it. Good to see you.
It feels like that is what's coming, because notice how this whole propaganda, the way they're fashioning this storyline,
Right.
they're keeping it in the news cycle, so they're trying to get ahead of something. It just feels like, in my opinion.
Right. I agree. I do agree. What is this? Iceland thumb. See, yeah, this is another. There's a lot of these thumb drives, which I was warned. There's going to be a lot of these. That's another one where they downloaded a Facebook portal. This one here is that's interesting to me. Hold on here. This is number 215. Officer Andrew Fox, Detective Fox, I'm sorry. On June 15th at 23, I was provided the entirety of the 1112 King Road surveillance videos. This included 1,464 5-minute videos that ranged from 00:55 hours on 11/13/22 to 17:22 hours on 11/17/22. Version 3.1.0 software. I was able to concatenate or stitch the videos together to multiple hour clips. As a result, I was able to compile the videos down to 17 dots. The videos were placed on a portable hard drive and entered into evidence in the report. Well, that's interesting. I did not know that. Next up, let's see here. I think this next one is the Amazon warrant. Let's see. Oop, a fly got in here. I'm going to go nuts. Okay. There we go. Lawrence Mowry. On April 26th of 23, I applied, was granted a warrant for data related to Amazon purchases and click activity for of the following identifiers: Brian C. Koberger, blank, gmail.com. On April 27th at approximately 14:11, the warrant was served via that link there, forensic account, MD with the Federal Bureau of Investigations assisted in the production and service of the warrants. Later, it was found the warrant was dated March instead of April. An amended warrant was requested and granted. This warrant was served on May 10th, 23 at approximately 0905 hours with the assistance of the forensic account MD. Another mistake they made in here. On June 27th of 23, I received an email from FAD. The email was a response from blank stating the data was available to download. This email from FAD included a data return. A copy of the data was copied to a DVD and, of course, placed into evidence. I completed the warrant just as they all do. There's a lot of these, folks, and I'm sorry. I try to proofread it real quick to see if it's worth looking at. So, okay. This is supposed evidence, they're saying. And this one says, this was Brett Payne. Again, this is July 12th of 23. On Wednesday, July 12th of 23, I spoke to RD, who previously called in a tip about possibly seeing Koberger at the Clarkston Safeway the morning of November 13th on 22. I asked D to tell me what he knew. D told me he was at the Clarkston Safeway between 9:30 and 11:30 in the morning of November 13th, 23, and noticed a man in front of him in line. D said he saw the man's face because D made a comment to the store clerk, which caused the man to turn and look at him. D stated he didn't think anything of the encounter until he saw Koberger's face on television upon his arrest. D told me he was sure the person he saw was Koberger and that he was wearing a black hoodie with the hoodie down. D told me that was all he knew, and he wanted to make sure law enforcement was aware of it. I'd be curious to know where that is as compared to where that place is as compared to the 1122 house. I'm sorry. And the distance, especially if it's 9:30 in the morning. That's interesting. Just saying.
What is your question again, Dago, about the Clarkston?
The Clarkston Safeway, how far away from the 1122 house it is, especially being that it was between 9:30 in the morning and some other, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, because they claim that he went back to the King Road residence area.
Yes.
Around, what, 9:12 to 9:22, something like that.
Yeah, in that period of time. So I just was wondering how far away Clarkston Safeway was compared to the house.
It's got to be a 40-minute drive.
Right. So once again,
35-minute.
Not possible. Just saying. Okay. Next up, we got. These are all the same type of things here. That's a PayPal thing. Okay. Cheap fry. All right. Next up is on 11/8/28, KJS came into the police department to speak with me. S was hesitant to talk due to being acquaintances with A, B. S told me that she did not believe B was involved with the homicide, but stated that he always had a large sheath knife on him. S said that B had interest in her daughter and made her uncomfortable at times. S told me she believed that he had been in the Marines for okay, I know who this is now. Been in the Marines for several years and just wanted the information passed on. So this must be in regards to Brent Kopacka. Okay. That takes care of that.
I agree with SRB. Please stop.
I already dealt with it. I'm tired.
Yeah. Use the word I. I need to move on. Don't say we. I mean, if we need to move on, go start your own channel and cover the next case. We can do what we want to do.
I'm done with it. I'm just tired of dealing with ignorance and people and just people taunting and taunting. Bye. Have a good day. And I don't care what you think. Sorry, folks. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm just sick and tired of just people's ignorance. There's no reason for it. And I just don't play that in this community. So my apologies if I've upset anybody.
No, you're perfectly within your right. I mean, to use the word we need to do this, Daigle. This is what we need to do now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and I know that's why they're doing it. Because they don't want us to, and they want to distract. So not going to happen. Sorry. If you can believe whatever you want to believe, go do it on your front porch or in your backyard or in your. I don't care where you do it. Just don't do it here. All right. Okay, so this one here. That's exactly what I'm doing. Thank you, Esther. 1 minute, folks. Next up, again, Dustin Blaker. This is item number 836 DVDR with information about past tenants for PP in the area of King and Queen Road. 837 DVR with information about Hyundai Elantra from PP. During the course of the investigation, I had DS, a manager for PP, reach out to me and ask if we wanted information about his past tenants. And information of anyone who might own a Hyundai Elantra for the properties he manages. I told D I would accept any information
I
he
have a
was legally
question.
willing to provide to us.
Real
Go
quick.
ahead.
If he does not, can you hear me?
What? I can't now. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can only hear about one word per sentence at best of what Terry's saying.
Are you there, Terry? Okay, if you can hear me, you're going to have to go out and come back in, Terry. I think you glitched a little bit. Okay, so during the course of the investigation, I had DS manager for PS reach out to me. Sorry, guys, I didn't put it on screen. And ask if we wanted information about his past tenants and information of anyone who might own a Hyundai Elantra for the properties he manages. I told D I would accept any information he was legally and willing to provide for us. I provided the Hyundai Elantra information to the FBI as they were collecting any vehicle info and making lists of potential suspects, who might have any relation to the vehicle or victims. I was later asked to burn all information I had to a DVD and book it into property. And that was that. Yeah, my head went sideways on that. They told him to burn it all. Okay, that's Spotify. Nothing to do with this. That's PayPal. We don't need that. That's the Apple warrant. We don't need that. Okay, so these are... Hang on. Hopefully Terry heard what I said. This was put out by Brett Payne. Again, soil sample collections that they did. On Wednesday, August 2nd of 23, I responded to several locations around the Palouse in order to collect soil samples. These areas were identified as points of interest for soil collection from pictures and cellular data recovered from Koberger's phone. A plastic shovel with dirt wedged into several locations was recovered during the search of Koberger's white Elantra, and these samples were taken in order to compare them to samples on the shovel. I responded to the following locations to collect samples. This was all on August 2nd. Kamiak Butte, Colfax Park, Clemgard Park, YY Park, East and I can never say it right. Wawa Park West, Johnson Road, Staley Road. Each sample was placed into a clean container covered with paper filter and then later sealed with evidence tape. Placed all the samples into the original hard case with the list of evidence, with the list of the above location information and sample numbers, and sealed the case with evidence tape. I later booked the hard case into MPD evidence for it to be shipped to the FBI for analysis. It should be noted that all of the samples except number 6 were collected from public property. I obtained verbal permission from JS, the owner of the property where I was collected, to do so. Welcome, Julianne. Good to see you, dear. Yes, they took pictures of dirt, Chris. That's funny. All right, let's see here. Welcome back, Terry. All right, this just talks about his phone calls, Brian's phone calls. They were burnt onto DVD and booked into evidence. It doesn't tell us the substance of them, sadly. I wish it did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome back.
I'm sorry about that. My question was, if he does not, with all of this out there, if he does not appeal, what does that tell us?
I mean, we have no other choice but to say, he did it, maybe. But what does that also tell us? If he did it, what does all this other stuff mean then?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, with all of this stuff that they dumped to keep us busy and to, show us all this stuff. I mean, my question is, there's so much that shows that he's innocent, or at least there's, that there's enough evidence that, he should be able to appeal. What happens if he doesn't appeal? Then that's, to me, is odd.
I mean, what
I'm just
nothing.
wondering
Like I said, I feel like we would just have to accept it. What else could we do about it? You know what I mean? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but that's it. I don't know what else we could possibly say about it, because at that point, that was what he chose to do, and it left us with nothing but with that. I guess this was just released. It's a body cam footage of Brian Koberger being pulled over at night by Latah County Sheriff's Department just a few months before the murders. Is this the traffic stop that none of us could get a hold of before?
Breaking news, breaking news. We have the
Yes.
I can't handle him, but I'm gonna do it so you guys can see this, because I just hold
Scroll
on.
to where the body cam starts.
That's exactly what I'm doing right here.
Is that the August 21st one then?
Yes, this is the August 21st one that we weren't allowed to have.
All right, well, here we go. About time it came out. All right, guys, this is care of footage is brought by JLR, so do what you got to do, folks, if you choose. Thanks, Mama Bear, for dropping this in.
Pullman at Farm with Pennsylvania. Lincoln Frank Zebra 8649. Hey there. I stopped you going a little fast. You didn't realize this is 35? It's 35? It is, yeah. So you go. 41? Yeah, 43 is what the radar said. Sure. Oh, yeah. Do you have your license, the registration, insurance? It is. Were you wearing yours?
Wait a minute. Aren't you allowed to go, well, I guess 5 miles or 10 miles over, whatever. Okay.
Seatbelt when I stopped you? No. That's no good. Just being honest with you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think it's 5.
You guys are, there's absolutely no point in not being honest. Yeah. You have the radar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do you have a vehicle registration slip or something like that? Okay. Would I give you my insurance? Yeah. This is your insurance. That's good. Thing is, I'm on a overtime shift right now. One of the conditions is we have to enforce seatbelt laws, and so to write you a citation for that, it's $10 in Idaho. Not a huge deal, but yeah. Be right back.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of, fettuccine. That might be it. I know locally, like in city, you're allowed to go 5 over in our area, and they won't bother you. But I guess that was more than 5. So yeah, this is the August stop, Twiz.
What? Lights out through time. Code 4 Drive Strike, Washington.
I'm not sure yet, Sherry.
Last name Kohlberger, King Ocean Henry, Boy Edward Robert, George Edward Robert, First Brian, Boy Robert Young, Adam Nora, Middle C.
Hold on. What's going on? What did I think I just misunderstood something. What's the issue in here? Is there an issue? Welcome, Docket. Thank you for joining us. What did LA looks do, Twiz? Sadly, dealing with LA seems like an old hat for him. That's a point. I see it. Listen, if you guys don't want to get along, just don't be. Just don't acknowledge each other, please. What was started? I don't understand. I seen one comment and it wasn't. Was it in here? Because I didn't see anything in here. And that's what matters is in here. So if something happened somewhere else, let's keep it over there and not bring it in here, guys. That's all I'm saying. Please. I don't want to go through all this shit again. That's what I said. There's nothing in here, so let's leave it wherever it was and not bring it here so I can watch this, please. Sorry, welcome, docket.
Boy, I got here just in time for the drama.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You sound like a teacher.
Hi, docket.
AM3292 Pennsylvania, valid 2024 and clear.
Copy. I'll be busy site. All right, sir. Here's your license back. It's here. Just an infraction citation. The only thing I let you do were your seatbelt on the
The
traffic
short,
stop to the finding
Shorty's
license.
getting mad.
You do have the right to a hearing on this if you'd like one. If you'd like hearing, you need to request it before September 8th at 8:30. Otherwise, they'll automatically be entered against you. You'll lose the right to the hearing. You just want to pay it. The mailing address there, website right there.
Yeah, I just have a question about that. So in terms of like, when you get a speeding ticket that's obviously reported to your insurance, is that the same thing for the seatbelt?
I don't think so. I think it's only moving violations that go to insurance, or things that might put points on your license. Yeah. But I'm not 100% sure. Okay. Could I get a phone number from you?
Yeah, why?
We need to put it on the citation as it goes to the court.
And just for future reference, I mean, I'm obviously an honest person, right? I told you I wasn't wearing my safety belt. When people lie to you about that, say I lied to you about that, right? Just for my own knowledge. Do you honestly go back and look at that, or do you just...
With a seatbelt like this, I didn't check as I was coming up, so that's why I asked you.
Do you usually?
I should. I noticed you weren't wearing it, and I'm on this emphasis, and like I said, I'm getting paid by ICD, and they want us to enforce the seatbelt law, so I was being more aware of that. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a good night.
I don't understand why that was withheld from everybody for so long.
I don't either. I was waiting for something big to be in it, but wow.
The only thing he did was give his phone number, which they bleeped out anyway. So
Yeah. I mean, he did question why, but other than that, it was a normal stop like anybody else would.
I would have asked the same thing.
Me too.
Why do you need my phone number? But he made a good point for the ticket, whatever. I mean, they did get his phone number at that point. But I see no reason why that was withheld from everybody.
Further investigation, including a review of the Latah County Sheriff's Office's Deputy Duke's body cam, and reports showed that on August 21st, 2022,
My
Brian
ears are bleeding.
detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohlberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate, blah, 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 blah. So now you know. Check it out. That.
Okay, I can't deal with him anymore.
I don't
Anyway,
either.
there was nothing about that was
That
any.
makes no sense.
And come on, he was honest and said I didn't have my seatbelt on. The cop admits he didn't know that for sure, and you still gave him a citation.
Yeah, they could have warned him.
Kidding me?
The point is that was withheld from the public forever,
Yeah.
folks. Everybody wanted to know why, and everybody thought there was some big deal with this, and there's nothing. I don't get that.
That was my exact reaction when I was watching that in real time, and he told the truth about not wearing the seatbelt. Imagine how much worse it would have been for him if he lied about it.
Yeah. Well,
But the
he
thing
asked.
is that was my natural reaction. Is like,
Yeah.
okay,
do
so
you
I just
normally?
went and told you the truth about not wearing my seatbelt, and immediately you didn't even pause. You just immediately cited me for that. So that's a natural question for him to have afterwards. Like, so if I would have lied to you, then I wouldn't. You know, I mean,
Right.
I would ask the same
Right.
question. I would have felt
Yeah.
betrayed. I'm being totally forthright with you here, and yet I get punished for it.
Exactly. That's how I
Would I be
took
better
it.
off
How his
lying to you
reaction.
then?
Well,
Yeah.
he said to him that they were doing an overtime thing or something where they're doing seatbelt enforcement. So maybe, I don't know. They have some weird things that they do there that I've never heard of before, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't understand why they didn't want this in court though, because he was very polite. He didn't argue. There was nothing that would make him look bad as a person in this. So if the defense didn't want this, I don't understand that. But
Thank you.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, he was very pleasant with it. He was not rude. All he did was question that one question, which I would have asked the same thing. Wow. I don't know, guys. That's a bit shocking. Any other thoughts before we drop this down?
I'm trying to figure out why they didn't show it.
Why? What? That's what I mean, Terry. I don't understand why they would not allow anybody to see this. This was withheld for a long time. We got all the other ones, but that one was not put out there. So I don't know.
I have to chuckle how he just sat there and waited for the cop to walk up to him and knock on his window before he even put his window down.
Yeah.
What? Who, me? What did I do?
And he was going 43 and a 35, which is really not.
No.
But if they're doing specific enforcement, so be it. I get it.
It does make you wonder, given that they have such limited resources, why. I would love to be able to talk to Ann Taylor at some point to find out why she chose to spend her energy, spend her time on certain fights like that, like to keep that out.
Agreed.
It seems like a lot bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. There was a few things like that too, Doc, that were, you would seem way more unimportant than other things that you would have, that she spent time on. She should have been spending that time, in my opinion, on other things. You know what I mean? There was more than just something like that. I agree.
And I will. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say there was quite a bit of that. Go ahead.
I seen in chat. I'm from PA, and they do not ask for phone numbers here. So I've only been pulled over, I think, twice in my whole life, knock on paper here, but never was I asked.
Why would the defense not want it?
That's what we just said, Terry. We have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
I know not all states ask for phone numbers, so.
The other stop, he asked more questions.
With the female police officer, yeah. But again, those were questions that made sense to me because you're from out of state. You're not 100% sure of the laws. I would ask those questions too. Every traffic stop I've seen him do here, I would have acted the same exact way as him. Actually, I probably been a little bit more irate than he was, to be honest with you, in some senses. But the guy doesn't ever, in my opinion, react like in any kind of way that would be questionable. So I don't understand it.
Which is why I think they were so desperately trying to get to him during the court hearing.
Yeah,
during the
actually,
sentencing. They were trying to get a reaction because he has not displayed anything.
It was kind of funny
that would
though
be
because he's
indicative
like,
of what they're trying to paint him as.
41.
Right. Hold on, Terry. Hold on. Go ahead, Doc. Finish up what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, I just think they really wanted to get a rise out of him. They wanted to get some kind of, negative reaction, something, because he has not shown that. We've never seen that from him, not in any video, not in any court appearances. He has been unbelievably disciplined and, maybe a little bit too stoic. But
yeah.
I've been super impressed with how he's handled himself. Very few people could be on camera in court having those kind of things said about them for that many hours, that many times, and to be able to maintain himself like he did. To me, it was super impressive, and I think they wanted to rattle him.
Especially with Olivia's statement. That one right there, specifically, I think was definitely meant to get a rise and a reaction from him, and he didn't even blink. So, yeah, beyond impressive.
And does anyone know about that, about Olivia's thing? Is the judge able to stop? I've got to assume the judge can stop that in the middle of that and say it's not appropriate. I realize he wasn't going to do that.
They should be able to.
At some
Yeah.
point, what I would love to know what the line is that you would do it. If it's not going to be at that, at what point would you say order? You know, we're not going to do this in our courtroom. This is not what we're here for.
Well, you're right, and I think we've talked. A few of us have talked about this already too. It feels almost like that day that the judge and or the court staff they really catered to the families that day. They kind of moved the courtroom around a little bit. They adjusted things so that, you know, the Gonsalves family was able to stand in, like, they were really close as compared to some other court setups I've seen to the victim or to the suspect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, defendant. My apologies. Anyway, and he just sat there and allowed for everything to be said. The clapping, he didn't say anything about, which I thought was really inappropriate. And yeah, certain statements I would have meant.
I would have been on the one on the highway.
The peace statement should have probably never been brought in. And he didn't say a word. He didn't even blink. So yeah, I agree with you that like some of that, I would think should have probably been, hey, I respect and understand your pain and your anger. Let's back down a little bit or something like that. You know what I mean? And he didn't.
And I believe Olivia even said in an interview afterwards that she almost expected to be arrested. She was prepared for them to arrest her. Man. So she didn't think it was out of question for her to possibly be pulled out of there based on what she was saying. And
well, I think she if she expected that she could have been arrested, that she knows that it's inappropriate what she's going to say. In turn, that's something. But he didn't even blink, guys, which was weird. And I wonder.
Want to point out with Hippler, he started off the court case. His very first statement out of his mouth when he got the case was basically, you know, I don't want to be here. Why would I lie and say I want to be here when I don't?
Yep.
You know, but I'm here to do my responsibility. And then his last thing he says at sentencing, he starts off with, "This has been the honor of a lifetime." And I'm like, those two things cannot be true. You can't not even want to be here, and then also it be the honor of your lifetime.
Agreed.
The inconsistency was all throughout.
And then, well, his personal behavior during it, as soon as he started, that guy's doing this and he's doing this and he's doing this, and it's like, are you here or are you there? How are you? Like, I don't know if I not to be stupid, folks, but let's go back to when we were in school and we would do something like this, and we were told sit up straight and pay attention. You're not, you know what I mean? And he's a judge, for Christ's sakes. You'd think he would be focusing on this, and he doesn't look like he's focused at all when he's half asleep. So
maybe when they clap.
Is what? His personality kind of presented his thoughts on what he thought about the case the whole time, in my opinion.
It was always, if you're Ann Taylor, what he's communicating to you non-verbally is, I'm not interested in what you're saying. I've already ruled on this ahead of time.
Well, considering how many times he rudely interrupted Ann and disregarded her statements and her actions during this, yeah, I can go with that. It definitely makes some sense. And I just don't feel like he was the right person for the job on this one. I don't. He definitely did not assist with the defense in any way he could. He definitely was not protecting Brian's best interest. For him to make the statements that he made were way out of line, in my opinion, about, you know, at the sentencing hearing, I think is where he said something about, well, you know, I'm probably not going to say exact words, but about believing anything that comes out of Brian's mouth, basically calling him a liar. The fact that when she was trying to present the alternative suspects, he throws out the fact that it didn't relate to the Elantra, which tells me that you're centered in on this damn car, and that's not the whole case. I mean, all of those things, in my opinion, were unprofessional of him. And that's, again, just my opinion. But I do not believe that Hippler was the person for this, unfortunately.
So was the change of venue a misstep for Ann Taylor?
I think so in some senses. But again, we don't know, though, Dakota, because what we saw of Triple J was up to that specific point. We don't know what he was going to be like at this point. You know what I mean? But I felt at some point that maybe the change of venue was an issue, because truly, I've said this many a times, I don't think Brian would have got a fair shake in anywhere in the state. That's just my opinion. But it looks like it was probably worse for him to go to Ada County than it was in Latah County, possibly. That's just my opinion, though.
And I agree in hindsight, but I mean, I think Ann Taylor, based on the information she had, I
Right.
think she had to make that decision. I mean, she had an expert in, she did the research.
Yep.
He wasn't going to get a fair trial there either. There was just no way of knowing it was going to be even more unfair when they moved.
So,
I think had the judge that Lori Vallow got, it could have been a very different story.
yeah. So, like, truly, I can ask this question to everybody. Does anybody in here, I'll probably do a poll at some point, but does anybody in here actually think that if Brian, this would have went to trial anywhere in the state of Idaho, if it would have been any different than it has been from what we've seen? Just out of curiosity.
I do. And honestly, I think that he would have had a better chance if he stayed in Moscow and had it done there, because I think people in that town know more than what we think they know, and they know what's going on. And I think that's why they didn't want him to go in, happen there. I don't think they were as worried about him not getting a fair trial as they just don't want people to start talking about things like we are talking about now.
Mm-hmm.
So it was better to move them. And I mean, anywhere in Idaho, I don't know, but.
Well, I don't think anybody anticipated Judge Hippler being the way he was either. That's another whole part to this, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to be the way, the first couple hearings. Okay. He seems like he's going to be down the middle, more fair. And then after that, it was just the snowball effect. You know what I mean? And everything went down. So it's like, okay, maybe not. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. But yeah, I agree with Dockett on that in hindsight, I believe that they probably would have done better if they'd have stayed in Latah, in my opinion. It was a good statement, or good point, though. Very good point. Plus, not to mention, I think it's probably 50-50 in Moscow, that some people do know how law enforcement is there. And then there's other people that support them. So it could go 50-50, I guess. I don't know. And yeah, the clapping in the courtroom I thought was very inappropriate. That should have been dealt with immediately. He should have gavelled on that. But again, I believe they catered to the families that day on purpose, and maybe because he didn't cater to them in any other way. Nobody did. Okay. And he knew, and they knew that everybody.
Well, do you think
Go ahead. Do I think what? You keep cutting out, Terry. Every time you try to talk, you disappear. I think because he didn't seem to take into advisement anything they said about the plea deal, and neither did the prosecution. I think that they catered to them that day to give them a little more. Here, this is since we didn't do this, we're going to do this. You know what I mean? I know that sounds kind of childish, but that's kind of what I was seeing. Just my opinion once again. All right, guys, moving on. I'm going to take a quick 3-second break if you guys don't mind. You can talk amongst yourselves. I just have to use the little boys' room again because my coffee's going through me like water. I'll be right back.
Gen 7, yeah. And I agree with what you said moments ago. Brian Kohlberger rose above it all. He didn't even acknowledge him.
Yeah, I would not have been able to sit and maintain myself for that long of a period of time as well as he did on a repeated basis.
Dockett, you are so right. Throughout all the hearings, how disciplined he was able to bear it all and to just sit there perfectly. There's no fault to be found.
I don't know, but I have a question.
Yes, Terry.
We can hear you now, Terry.
Guess she can't hear us then.
But now,
just got a question.
She gets like the first couple words out of her thought, and then she.
I mean, I know I forget things at times, but dang, Terry, yours is yours is a lot worse than mine.
There's like a glitch in your phone when it knows you're speaking, it cuts you out.
Well, Eddie, I asked you earlier about if you'd seen Andrea's recent stream about this stuff and her take on Ann Taylor. And
yeah,
go ahead.
I got a bit of it, and I was a little surprised, to be honest.
It's a very different take than I would have expected, and that I have.
I did not. Unfortunately, none of it.
She,
give a general
much
quick
more
overview.
So she gave the praise to Ann Taylor, basically largely for getting Brian Kohberger to take the guilty plea. It was a little confusing in her live because she kind of started it off saying that, very clearly that, she's got to take him at face value. He says he did it. She's got to say that. But then really throughout the rest of the stream, which was several hours, she repeatedly gave lots of reasons why she had a lot of doubt that it was him or that it was him alone or that, it was, she stated that up front, but then she didn't really build that case. She built the opposite case. But it was just odd that she was so, and I guess as a defense attorney, maybe they have that perspective that we don't, but just how she was impressed with Ann Taylor's ability to get him to bring it to an end this way. And that obviously is not how I feel, but
yeah,
I do think Ann did great work.
Anyone who is approaching this case and taking it at face value is it's understandable. They're going to have that, that would be their natural take or thoughts about it. But I just keep maintaining that there's something that we don't know. I feel like Ann Taylor did her job. As far as why he pled guilty, none of us can pretend to know why. And for any of us to ask each other why Ann would agree to allow him to take the plea deal, it's just a senseless effort. There has to be a reason. Unless
I went back and watched a lot of the just really started at the beginning and rewatched all the hearings after we found out about the guilty plea while we were waiting on that to all happen. And I challenge anybody to go back and watch those old hearings and then make the argument that Ann Taylor was not fighting with her all for a man that she believes is innocent. That became more and more clear to me every single hearing and everything about her. And she didn't cut corners. And I just can't buy the whole thing that she's, she's University of Idaho, bleeds it, through and through. She's one of the old boys, even though she's a girl. Like, I just didn't see that. That's 100%. Not what I experienced with her.
Yep. And I wholeheartedly believe that suddenly her mind, it did not change. She still believes that he is innocent.
I agree. Texas Ranger, he was just as polite and as he was with both officers. He just happened to ask the female officer about the law because he didn't know it, because he was from a different state, but there was no rudeness with her either. I don't know where people pointing out that he was with the stop with the female officer, that he was rude to her, he was this, he was that. No, he wasn't. He was very polite. So I don't know what people are seeing, but I'm not seeing that. Excuse me. So yeah, I don't know, guys, but I agree with you both on that. I don't think Ann, like I said, I feel like if anything, she hit a brick wall. Okay. And with that, you can only do so much. Okay. And when Hippler's not giving her anything, he denied the continuance. He denied the alternate suspects. At that point, she was still asking for discovery. And hadn't received it until after the plea went through. And I'm just saying, like, I feel like she may have hit a brick wall and said, okay, we got to stop here until we can do this. And this is maybe the only option we have. That's just an opinion I have.
And I agree. I just don't understand why. And I think Eddie's onto something. I think there's got to be stuff we just don't know.
Yeah.
But given what we know, you take it to trial, even if he loses, even if he's going to get convicted, because then you have more options going forward than what they've put themselves in now.
I agree. I agree.
Understand.
That's the most confusing part about this docket. I agree. And I think Eddie and probably all of us agree that just makes no sense, because if you, even with the death penalty on the table, you have so much more time and the many more appeal options and things like that. And with this, everything you have now, yes, you have a couple options, but it's very limited. and it's going to take a lot of hard work at this point. So that's just my opinion. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
All I would say is, to me, nothing can really change my mind about this, but it feels like Ann knows that the fix is in, and she knows that there's no way to win this railroad job at trial.
But isn't going to trial and losing, isn't he still then in a better position? I guess other than the death penalty aspect to it, other than that, as far as being able to then get in front of a different court, being able to put himself in a position to still prove himself, I guess I feel like he's in a better position going to trial and losing, even if you know he's going to lose, as far as your options going forward. So that's the part that I don't understand.
Yeah, and that would be a question for someone else besides myself. That's more of a technical type of. I would have no way of being able to comment about that.
That's me, because I don't know past what we've talked about. I don't understand any more of that. Like, other than the things I've read that I had to look into about the possibilities after a situation like this, that's it. I don't know how this would work, why a strategy like that would be used, how that would make sense. Because like you said, it would make more sense to go take it to trial, take your chances. And if you are convicted, you still have options and plenty of time, even with death penalty on the table. And that's what I think a lot of us are confused about at this point, sadly. So
and the reality is, I think they had a case where they at least had a chance.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it was a foregone conclusion. I know a lot of people do, and maybe
Yeah,
it was, so be it. But I don't think it was a foregone conclusion. I think you have a 5 people right here talking who are intelligent and who have seen a lot of this, and we all have more than reasonable doubt, or a lot of us do.
Yeah.
So all you need is one person.
I don't understand why he took the plea either. I thought like you, I would have took the chance at trial at this point, but I'm sure there's a reason. Maybe I don't know.
Well, knowing what the case that the state had, that makes it even more confusing, because they didn't have a case, and with what we're reading in these reports, they really didn't. Okay, and that's why I'm really confused about the whole trial thing. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
There's no way that you could make me understand this at this point, unless you were to pull something out of your back pocket and go, so this is really what's going on, and then okay, that's different. But what is that? I have no clue.
Yeah, Doc.
I mean, from what I understand about habeas, that might end up being his best option. If there's clear, evidence that emerges that shows it was not him, it could not have been him. I mean, it's a long road, and you got to go to the Supreme Court. But ultimately, basically, you can say I'm being wrongly detained. Like, I went through this process, but now I'm detained, and the evidence shows I didn't do it. And I think you have an option for relief there pretty much always if new evidence comes out. But I don't know beyond that what other options he has.
Yeah. And maybe go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead.
Doc, about what you said moments ago, I agree. But like Joanne said, see, you're right. They had a case that in a right side up world, they would have won. I keep referring to it as Ann would have mopped the floor with them. And it's not so much that Ann is this, the greatest attorney of all time, and they're low life attorneys that, can't argue themselves effectively. No, the facts would have spoken for themselves and would have done the work. A mediocre attorney could have won the case in a right side up world. But I think there's a point at which Ann understood, because of everything that she was experiencing, that she was totally aware that the fix was in. This was not right side up world. And no matter how much she mopped the floor with them, the outcome would have been the same. And they made that clear to her.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Eddie.
If a long time ago, probably, I don't know, maybe 2.5 years ago, if I said there's no way this goes to trial because they don't have a case and something's wrong, because that's not the way a prosecutor does their work. They make sure that they have an airtight, solid case before they are ready to go to trial, because they don't want to look foolish. They don't want to lose their case. That's their reputation. And here we have, that there's a fictional case here against someone who is innocent, and yet there's no way that they would have lost, which those two things don't seem to go together, but that's the way it would have went down in this case. And what explains that? corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
I have to agree. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. As in, being an adult, watching these things, watching many trials, and following many cases, I've never, and nor do I think I ever will see another one like this. It's crazy. The way this is all playing out.
Dago, I'm going to jump down. I got a couple things to do, and then I'll be back. If you're still here, I might join you again. But thank you for having me.
Oh, anytime, Christy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay. Moving on, guys. And next up we have, this is from Detective Andrew Fox. This was the forensic examination of device. On August 8th of 23, I began a forensic examination of evidence 22M2120. This item was a silver Samsung S8 that was located in a dumpster at blank. The phone was recovered on November 17th, 22 by ISP Trooper Justin Klitsch and transported to the Moscow PD Forensic Lab where it was stored securely. I was able to use Celebrite UFED version 7.62.2.9 to extract the data and Celebrite Physical Analyzer to examine the data. While reviewing the phone, the last account email was blank@gmail.com, and I was able to review the last date of activity was October 15th of 2020. I was able to cross-reference the known victims in the case and was unable to locate any connection to this device. Sorry. I thought maybe this was found in the dumpster on Linda Lane in the one video possibly, but I guess not. Okay. The phone was located, no, maybe not, 1.5 miles away from the crime scene and appears to have been not active since October of 2020. So, okay. Somebody just threw an old phone away. All right. That's just another warrant there. Files stored on forensic computer. Okay, those are just their crime files they stored. Black iPhone that was in a drawer closet, west bedroom F3. Okay, here we go. Another little bit of evidence, I guess. Again, Detective Fox, on August 11th of 23, I was able to complete a forensic examination of the evidence, 22M2073. This was identified as, excuse me, item 246, a black iPhone that was in a drawer closet of west bedroom F3. Using grade key and magnet Axiom version 7.2, I was able to acquire the data from the iPhone XR. The iPhone serial number was identified as blank. The account registered with the iPhone was blank at outlook.com. The name of the iPhone user was listed as ET. Okay, other emails associated with the iPhone included blank@gmail.com. ET. All right. And blank. I was able to view the contents of the iPhone, and the phone was last used on August 26th of 21. There was no user activity on the device until it was reacted by me on August 7th of 23. It appeared that ET was friends and roommates with Kaylee Gonsalves and had several communications with her from August 2020 to February 2021. It appeared E and Kaylee were in the same sorority. During the examination of the phone, I was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value, and the phone was secured back into evidence for safekeeping. And a report. E.T. phone home. There you go, P. That's funny. All right, this one is the Koberger iCloud download and decrypt the data files received pursuant to the warrant served in iCloud account. That's all this is. Again, saved onto the Moscow computer. This is a forensic examination of Xana's old iPhone. Again, same thing. It doesn't give any information. Unable to find anything of any value. TikTok warrant again. Let's see. Additional responding evidence narrative. OneDrive download. Nothing there. The warrant was granted, was signed by Magistrate Megan Marshall. This is data use or user data from January 1st, 22 to December 30th with the Microsoft accounts. Okay. More warrant stuff. Instagram extended warrant again. Hold on, you guys. This is number 239. Boy, we're catching up. This is files digitally attached to case from Attic County Sheriff's Office. Assistance was requested for analysis of possible footwear impressions left at the okay. This is about the footprints per se. Sorry. All right. Brett Payne once again. On Tuesday, November 12th of 23, I received an email from NW Forensic Lab Manager for Ada County Sheriff's Office. W assistance was requested for the analysis of possible footwear impressions left at the scene of the homicides. W sent me 2 attached documents and advised me they were her notes as well as her report pertaining to her analysis of the footwear impressions and the comparison of those impressions to various pieces of footwear collected from Koberger throughout this investigation. I downloaded both files and attached them to this case electronically, and that's it. All right. Okay. Next up. This is from Brett Payne. This one was put in September 13th of 23. Bonnie, thank you so much, dear. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Appreciate that so much. Big hugs for you and your family and all of us meatballs. Yes, ma'am, and thank you. And I hope you're doing well, Bonnie. It's wonderful to see you here. Welcome, Andrew Myers. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much for being here. All right, so next up we have on Wednesday, September 13th of 2023, FBI Tech Specialist T forwarded me a tip, serial number 9237 via email. The tip was called in on August 22nd of 23 to the FBI tip line. The caller, RT, advised the call taker he saw a person whom he thought was Koberger at 1122 King Road on 2 occasions in July of 22. He advised me that he came to 1122 as he was a real estate agent looking for property for clients. T stated on both occasions he saw Koberger and Koberger's father. On Wednesday, September 13th of 23, I called T on the telephone after verifying his identity via TLO. T was a licensed real estate agent living in Florida. I asked him to relate to me what he reported to the FBI. T told me he drove his nephew, T to Western U.S. from Florida, and his nephew was dying from cancer. T advised he came through Moscow and saw a sign for property for sale, so he followed the sign to 1122 King Road to look at the property for clients. While he was parked out front, T said a brown Jeep type pickup pulled into the parking lot, driven by an older man with a red beard. T said he then saw a male who he was sure was Koberger get up from the back seat. Get up from the back seat. T and the driver exchanged small talk, and T said he walked to the back door to speak to the tenants, but no one answered. T said he left the area with his nephew shortly after that. T said he returned to 1122 King Road on his way back to Florida. T said that he was parked in front of the house when a white car, which he described as the same one they've shown in television, drive by the house. T said that he was sure the driver was Koberger's father, and Koberger was in the passenger seat. T said the vehicle sped away and he did not see where it went. I asked T if he remembered when this took place. T asked me what month the homicides occurred. I told him it was November, to which he replied it must have been around then. T previously told the FBI he was in Moscow in July. T then told me his nephew passed away a short time after he returned from his trip. I asked T when his nephew passed away. T told me his nephew passed away 8 years ago. I thanked T for his time and told him I would call him with further questions if I needed. At this time, there is nothing to corroborate the statements based off 8 years ago. Oh my God. Okay. Our conversation was not recorded. Gee, surprise. I mean, that one is out there, but why would you? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense why they would even put this in here. I guess it has to be, but that's insane. Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to that one, so let's just move on.
There really is no way to. Wait 1 minute, guys. Okay. This is Officer Nunez, number 243, and this was September 28th. On 9/28 of 23, I reviewed my file cabinet and located handwritten notes I took on 11/13 of 22 when I responded to the homicides. I scanned these notes and digitally attached the PDF titled Nunez on Scene Notes to the case. So that's just Nunez's notes, nothing else. Okay. Yep. So many of these have nothing to do with any of this. Okay, this here is from Danny Vargas. Oops, a little too big there. This was October 4th of 23. Initial searches for Koberger through some victim accounts. Early on in the investigation, after Koberger had been identified as a suspect, I did an initial search for the following names, phone numbers, throughout several accounts belonging to the victims. Brian Koberger, Christopher, Papa Rogers, blank, blank. I did not find any of the above terms related to Koberger in the following accounts listed below. Kaylee iCloud, Kaylee's Snapchat, Kaylee's iPhone, BFU, Kaylee's Gmail, Kaylee's Yahoo, Kaylee Instagram, Kaylee Facebook, Kaylee Bethany Instagram, Dylan Instagram, Ethan Instagram, Xana Instagram, Maddie Facebook, Xana Facebook, Ethan Facebook, Bethany Facebook, Dylan Facebook, Jack Decor Facebook. So once again, that goes back to the investigators, lead investigators, clearly stating that there was absolutely no connection between the victims and Brian. None. That's more proof of it there via social media and anything else. Okay. Next up, we have another interview, and this is Brett Payne, and I'm sure it wasn't recorded. If it was, I'd be dead surprised. On Tuesday, October 10th, I met with WSU student KC, here to referred to as L. In reference to this case, I was accompanied by FBI agent Hill for this interview, as well as FBI interpreter who was present via phone call, as L is from blank, obviously foreign. This is a summary of my interview with L and is not verbatim representation of the interview. The interview was recorded. Oh, wow. It was recorded and attached to this case digitally. Imagine that. The one I say is not, and it is. Probably because there was other people there. L was interviewed once previously by FBI agent Zachewski in December of 22. L was a former teaching assistant with Koberger and shared an office with him for the fall semester of 22 at WSU. I began asking L to tell me how he met Koberger. L stated that they were both TAs for the criminology program at WSU and shared an office in Wilson Short Hole. L considered Koberger a friend and stated that he thought Koberger was very intelligent, but also selfish. L said Koberger would often mislead him when it came to their shared work and would have L complete work meant for Koberger. L said Koberger came to his dorm room on one occasion around the time of the homicides. L was unsure of the exact date, but after L asked him for a ride to class, L also added Koberger began to talk much more than usual. After the homicides, L characterized Koberger's conversations as those coming from someone who wanted to vent. L stated Koberger attempted to use his authority as a TA inappropriately to interact with female students. L stated he thought Koberger wanted a girlfriend and added they talked about Koberger wanting a girlfriend on many occasions. L said Koberger told him he might lose his TA position over an issue with Dr. S. Koberger said that Koberger asked L, to help fight the allegations, but L stated he refused to help Koberger. L characterized Koberger as a dishonest person. To support this, L stated he spoke to Koberger in late December of 22, and Koberger said he was packing his bags to catch a flight back to Pennsylvania. L later learned that Koberger had been back in Pennsylvania for some time and drove back with his father. L then told us about some injuries witnessed on Koberger's face and hands. L was unsure of the date, but stated that he thought he noticed the injuries on two separate occasions in October and November of 22. L stated one injury was a large scratch on Koberger's face, which L described as looking like the scratches from fingernails. L said he also saw wounds to Koberger's knuckles on two separate occasions. When L asked Koberger about what happened to him, Koberger replied he had been in a car accident. L also stated Koberger was frequently 20 minutes late to their classes. I asked L what he and Koberger would talk about, and L said Koberger liked to discuss his area of study, which was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. S.A. Hill and I advised L to reach out if he wished to add anything to what he told us, and concluded our interview. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so that's more video stuff being put on CD and put away. All right, this next one kind of relates to the last one we looked at a little bit, I think. 1 second. Okay. Brett Payne, once again, this was October 24th, HR tip follow-up. On Tuesday, October 24th of 23, I received a tip from TST, which needed to be followed up on tip 7280. The tip was originally captured in the FBI's VCC system, and the tip stated AL thought her friend HR drove a white Hyundai Elantra and was around 11:22 the night of the homicides. Special Agent Shirley spoke to R in December, but there was no details in VCC as to what he found out. I called R on Tuesday, October 4th of 23, and R confirmed she spoke to Special Agent Shirley in December. I asked R what kind of car she drove. R said she drove a 2014 white Ford Focus. I confirmed this by running R's license plate through the Idaho DMV, which showed a white 2014 Ford Focus. I asked R if she had been driving near King Road the night of the homicides. R said she was not, and said her car was parked on the street near the sorority house. At blank blank street in Moscow. R said she saw Kernodle briefly at a frat in the night prior to the homicides, but otherwise, we had nothing else to talk about. Alrighty. That one, I thanked her for her time and ended our conversation. I did not record our conversation. Surprise. Does anybody else feel that it's so strange that this man does not record any of these conversations? Or is it just me making a big deal of nothing?
I agree, Dago.
I just don't understand this. It's a quadruple homicide investigation. I think every word that's spoken should be recorded, in my opinion.
Yeah, how is there not a policy for that, and that he's not disciplined for breaking the policy? Like, that should be a basic policy.
Right. Like I said, if this was just some kid stealing candy from the corner store, I get it. Okay. But this is like I said, a quadruple homicide murder case. Like, they need to have these things recorded. Some of these, yeah, Twiz is right. I get some of these calls are crazy. Like the one with the guy who the 8 years thing, but this is different. Like, any tip I would think should at least be if you get some kind of, if you get a dust sport and you know what's going on, you record it. That's all I'm saying. Some of these people are crazy though. I've seen that. Okay, this is Detective Mowry. On October 7th, I received an email from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office in reference to downloading additional video from the security cameras seized from the residence located at probably 1112 King in Moscow. Previous video had been downloaded from the camera for the approximately time frame of 0230 to 0430 hours on November 13th of 22. These videos were downloaded and contained audio through different methods. Wait a minute. Through different methods using forensically acquired data from the camera's SD card. Additionally, videos were downloaded. However, they do not include the audio. I was requested to download videos to include audio from the approximate time frames of 0445 to 1200 hours on November 13th. Due to the fact the camera light bulb connection was inadvertently broken previously, to a repair to the device to allow it to be powered on was needed. In the email received on October 17th of 23, Defense Counsel Ann Taylor provided approval. Good Lord, I keep losing my place. I need new glasses, folks. Where did it go? I just lost my place. Of the repair, prior approval was provided by Latah County Prosecutor's Office. I was able to request and receive the camera and wireless router from evidence. I was successful in replacing the light bulb threaded connection with a standard wall plug to power the device. The device powered up, and I was able to download videos from 0445 hours to 1205 hours from the device. Upon reviewing the videos, they appeared to contain audio. The videos were saved to forensic computer located in the secure Moscow PD. These videos were concatenated, I guess. I'm sorry. Using Axon Investigative formally. Okay, so they were made into yeah, okay, I get it. The videos were saved to forensic computer located in the secure Moscow PD, so on and so forth. Right. Gotcha. Understood. Once again, they were made into a different type of video format. This is about transfer and securing another thumb drive. And I think we're about to be moving on to the next. We're coming up quick on this. Yeah, okay. All right, let me find the other list here, guys. Give me 1 second.
I just want to comment somewhere in the chat, and I've lost it at the moment, but Andrew Myers just made the comment that his theory is that both Massoth and Taylor looked relieved at the sentencing hearing, relieved to not be having to try this case because they are so tired. And I can only imagine the toll this has taken on them emotionally, physically, with the time they've spent on it. Like, I can only imagine. So it makes sense in that regard. But then if you believe your client's innocent, how do you rest even now? Like that I just have a hard time with that.
Right.
Where you're coming from, and I'm not an attorney, so I can't fully appreciate everything that they've done and the toll that it's taken and the relief that they feel, but it seems like a very false relief.
I can agree. Hold on 1 second, guys. Having problems with this.
And on that, Andrew Myers, thank you for your videos. I love watching them.
Yes, thank you very much. So amazing stuff. Hang tight, guys. I'm having a bit of a technical issue here. I don't know why this is doing this, but just bear with me. I'll be right there. I don't understand this. I can't even pull up Google at this point. Hold on, guys. What is going on here?
Guys, I just have to say, I've been debating whether I should say it or not. I don't want to be contrary or to be argumentative, but how someone appears, I mean, sometimes it's easy to, pretty much everyone be in agreement on, what their expression is conveying. But to me, they looked upset. And I don't know if that would be the same expression as them being relieved that it's over. Maybe it's the same expression, so maybe we are agreeing, but they looked really down that day to me.
And I agree. I don't necessarily think that they looked relieved. I mean, I think Massoth especially looked like she was just trying to hold it together. I did not get the sense of relief at all from Massoth. And Taylor, I think that she, especially in the first hearing, not the sentencing hearing, but I think she was very much, she came across to me with a very motherly, trying to be strong for Brian. And obviously they captured that picture that has drawn a lot of controversy with her hand on his shoulder. But I think that epitomized what she was feeling. She was concerned. She was worried. But she was trying to hold it together and not fall apart there.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Good point. Good point. Okay. Twiz, my friend. I don't know why. When I click on my search bar to pull anything up, it's just like loading or something. It pops up and these blue line going across it. Do you have any reason or any idea, my friend, why that would do that? And it won't allow me to type anything in or bring anything up at this point. It's crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you can hear me, Twiz. Let me try it this way then. See if this will work. Maybe I'm doing something wrong over here. Oh, it might let me bring it up. Hang on. Yep, it did. 1 second. Oh, no, wait. I don't need to bring that up. Hold on.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to jump down. Thanks for letting me join you guys. Hope to join you again sometime in the future, but I had a chance today and wanted to jump on. Eddie,
I appreciate it.
Doc, thank you for being here with us today.
So I appreciate you guys a lot.
Yes, same to you, my friend. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. We were at 250. No. Remember what number we were on, Eddie, there? The last one?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Oh, here we go. All right. Next up, once again, Brett Payne. This is on Tuesday, November 14th of 23. Detective Gilbertson from ISP provided me with a thumb drive of the .3D scans from 1122 King Road in lost format. I booked the thumb drive into MPD evidence the same day. Reference ISP supplemental D2230, supplemental 0197. On the same date, I received an email from Deputy Olson from LCSO containing an attachment of the dog impound form from 1113. I printed this copy and booked it into MPD evidence as well. Okay, interesting. And I think we're time to move to the next round. 1 minute. 251 through 300. Yep. And let's see what this is. About things being saved again from Facebook. Booked into the audio recording interview with SP. James Fry put that out. An interview with SP. James Fry booked into Supplemental Report 77. All right. Instagram warrant. Oh. This was, hold on. This was a report, the notes from Detective Tolleson from the autopsy number 157. And all this was added to a disk and filed. Doesn't give any depth into it. X-rays of victims on February 22nd. I received a thumb drive of the X-rays that were taken during the autopsies. Once again, X-rays shared via OneDrive. And this once again just shows the thumb drive images that were shared from Coroner Mabbitt, the images and thumbnails of the actual image via Danny Vargas. Okay. Doesn't give anything there.
Dago, did you read Twizzle6's comment? It says he sent you a video with a timestamp on Discord.
No, I just saw it. Thanks, bud. Hold on. Thank you, Twiz. Okay, let's check it out. Thank you, sir. Okay, this was put out by Typically Unique, who's usually in here. Is it already stamped, Twiz? Like to the point where it's supposed to be, or do I have to go there? Hang on. Let me check. Oh, go to 3630. I see it now. Thank you, sir. Hang on, guys.
Okay. Do you want me to go to the 404B on the video or keep it separate?
On the video of the traffic stop.
Okay. First of all, there's a pleading that was submitted to the court yesterday, and I have 3 copies of the video marked as Defendant's Exhibit D1 that I'll provide to the court for your review at your convenience. One for the court, one for you, one for Ms. McLaughlin. It occurred to me that it would be much easier for you to determine what you thought about this video if you actually got to see it in full. We don't need to play it in court. You can review that at your convenience. It's not our position that the traffic stop equates to a crime that makes someone capable of murder. It's our position that the traffic stop video brings in other acts that the state is trying to end run on. And I want to give you examples. In this video, things that make it more prejudicial than probative are that it provides presence in Moscow. It is at night. It is a visual of the car that is not just the make and model. It is Mr. Koberger's statement that he doesn't think seat belts provide much in the way of safety. Mr. Koberger's question about why they need his phone number. Mr. Koberger's question about how the officer reacts when people lie to him about wearing a seatbelt. If the court allows this evidence in, the state has the ability to use this to make many other points beyond identity. And the jury would have the ability to potentially seek to ask to rewatch the video and draw other conclusions that we are worried about, such as I mentioned, him being at night, not wanting to, it being at night, him not wanting to give his phone number, which could be construed as he wants to hide his identity.
Date of this traffic stop.
Pardon?
Remind me of the date of the traffic stop.
It is on August 21st. So it's
What year?
of 2022. So it's remote. It's
before the murders.
Yeah. Yes. Before. It's clear video of the car as opposed to the videos that are used at 1122 King Road.
Why is that a problem?
Because I think that the state, again, can use this video as an example of where you can see a white sedan clearer than you can see it on 1122 King Road in those videos.
Why is that a problem?
Because there's an argument, the argument could be made that the cars look similar.
Isn't that the whole point of it?
Exactly, and so it's different.
The point of it being, as I understand it, is to show that the defendant owned a white, I can't remember the name, the maker,
Hyundai Elantra.
Hyundai Elantra, and that he, as opposed to others, drove that vehicle.
Correct, Judge. And so when this video comes in, it's much more than a witness saying, you know, I looked at registration records and registration indicated that he owned a Hyundai Elantra. When you see it on a video, and then there's going to be other videos that are put into evidence, there's a different argument to be made as opposed to someone verbally reporting a make and model. The state has,
Sounds like that makes the evidence of, I guess I'm just not tracking again under 404 how that particular issue. Now there may be the ability to cross-examine the FBI specialists about, well, this video is grainy. How can you make this determination of what the automobile is, et cetera? To me is different than, okay, that's what their conclusion is, which you can attack. The evidence that he has a white Elantra within the years and that he drives it, it's prejudicial in the sense that it doesn't help your case, but I don't see how it's unfairly prejudicial, which is kind of what you were talking about, which is 403. I haven't heard anything that's 404, but.
Okay, well, they've noticed it as 404B evidence. So I'm arguing it in that context and what other things can be drawn from this video that make it overly prejudicial. The other thing is that the state's expert disclosure by Special Agent Nick Balance lists August 21st as one of the dates that they claim that Mr. Koberger is near the 1122 King Road residence. And so the date of this traffic stop is relevant to the state for that, their ability to argue that. That also makes it overly prejudicial.
It makes it relevant. It doesn't make it necessarily overly prejudicial.
Judge, the combination of these things is that this video has the ability to be much more than what the state is claiming. The state is claiming that it proves who he is, what his phone number is, and the type of car that he was driving. It's our position that when you watch the video, there are other arguments to be made that make it more prejudicial and therefore excluded when there are a myriad of other ways that the state can prove his identity.
You don't get
his
to,
phone
and I don't
number.
get to tell the state how to try their case unless they're violating the rules of evidence.
Of course, I don't get to tell the state how to try their case, but I do get to tell this court what our position is regarding that evidence. And when we think that evidence is overly prejudicial and can be construed to do things that the state is otherwise saying the evidence is meant to do. And that's the point of this argument. We ask that you exclude this video, which I will ask that it be that the marshal provide that to you, and that the state use a different method of proving identity.
Thank you.
How many times did you guys watch him interrupt her, as he always did with the defense?
I think
It had to be so frustrating for them.
we can cut to the chase. The defendant doesn't seem to understand what the balancing test under Rule 403 is. There's no question that the video with the evidence, the defendant's admission of his identity, with his admission and the evidence showing it was his car, the description of the car, the registration of the car, his address, his telephone number, that's all incriminating evidence. That's why the state is offering it. The defendant doesn't like the fact that it's incriminating, but that's not a basis to exclude it. Under Rule 403, in order to exclude relevant evidence such as that, the defendant has to be able to demonstrate to the court's satisfaction that the relevance evidence, that its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfair prejudice, confusing issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Just because it's prejudicial, and just because the defendant doesn't like the fact that we can prove who he is, that we can prove what car he's driving, that we can prove what his phone number is, that we can prove his address. I mean, those are all things that tie together to connect the defendant to the homicide. If we don't like that, it's a basis to object. So, Your Honor, we would ask that the court deny the defendant's objection to the admission of this evidence.
The concern within the video, as I understand it, first you have what is a 404 issue, which is a prior bad act, though one. Everybody probably in this courtroom has committed at one time or another of violating the traffic laws in some way, including by not wearing a seatbelt. And so, can you address that part of it, the prior bad act, and how the court should deal with that? And then also, I am concerned with the issue raised about the communication between the officer and Mr. Koberger. For example, his asking why they need his phone number. And that could, I think, be unfairly looked at as if he has something to hide, which would be, I think, unfair. And so I am concerned about that.
And I appreciate Your Honor's comment. I think when you review the video, you can put it, the court will be able to put it better into context. The state certainly doesn't intend to argue or suggest that the colloquy or the discussion between Mr. Koberger and Deputy Duke somehow showed that Mr. Koberger was a bad criminal type of person. We certainly are not suggesting by any stretch of the imagination, although the defendant alleges it in their response to the state's filing, that the fact that the defendant was apparently speeding without wearing a seatbelt somehow means that he is guilty of murder. I mean, that's a preposterous concept. And the defendant seems to have backpedaled from that before Your Honor just a little bit ago.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Chet. That's just to show folks that the defense didn't want it in there. Thanks, Twiz. Interesting. Very interesting. Welcome, Jesse. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. I just got off work. Sorry I couldn't join you guys earlier, but I had to do my day job.
No worry. No worries. Understood.
What did I miss aside from fighting with the chat?
Not a whole lot today. We went over some videos this morning that Pavarotti had put out last night that really, I guess, if they're not open, they'll open your eyes a lot more to the fact that Brian wasn't there that night.
Or that the undercover cops were doing that route and they circled it the exact same amount of times as they claimed that Brian did. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, not much of a stretch to say it was them.
Not even close. And they put it in their report, by the way. So yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting video.
Well, I've just never been that compelled by the car footage, anyways. I mean, footage of a car that you cannot identify,
Right.
is not evidence, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a professional, but I'm pretty certain that I'm correct about that. That footage of a car that you cannot identify with a license plate or with anything unique to that model of car, or that's nothing. That's
right.
It's like hearsay.
Right. And all those videos did was just give more proof to the fact that he wasn't even there at that point that night and couldn't have committed the crime. So, but yeah, going with what you're saying, 100%. We've argued that from probably the beginning of the case.
Here's another interesting question that it brings up is, and I'm sure it's been asked already, but it'd be nice to see the video of that silver Ford Fusion doing those 3 loops somewhere in the Discovery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. Good point. Very good point.
You got a pair of cars. You got a pair of cars that night on video doing 3 loops.
Did they swear up and down as Brian Koberger?
Well, yeah, one of them is Brian Kohlberger, according to the state, and the other one is this unmarked Ford Fusion. So it'd be nice to see, both sets of videos to observe that in the Discovery.
It would be nice to see on cross-examination asking Brett Payne why he was doing tests with a silver car under the specific lights to see if he could make it appear to be tanned.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. All right. I'm sure the defense was going to use it at trial. Okay. Hey, Lucy. Good to see you. All right, guys. Next up, Brett Payne again. Mr. I don't record anything. KC and SS tip follow-up. This was on Wednesday, March 13th of 2024. I received an email from Captain Blaker, who still receives voicemail tips reference on this case. Gilbert Blaker sent me 2 tips for additional follow-up. The first tip was called in by KC. She stated she thought she had matched with Koberger in September or October of 22 on Tinder. I called C and asked her to elaborate on her voicemail. C stated she signed up for Tinder in September or October of 22, but was unable to match with anyone in her area. C stated that she paid for the additional Tinder feature, which allowed her to move a pin anywhere in the country to see if she could match with someone. C stated she matched with Koberger a short time later and began to talk with him. C said Koberger told her he was a criminology student at WSU. The 2 communicated via Timber and planned for Koberger to visit C when he came home for Christmas break that year. C then told me she had a friend who had been murdered in her town a couple of years prior. She said she discussed this with Koberger. The conversation turned to horror movies and which ones C liked the most. C told Koberger she liked the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. To this, C said Koberger asked what she thought would be the worst way to die. C said she thought it would be a knife. C said Koberger then asked her something to the effect of like a K-bar. C said she didn't know what that was and had to Google it. C said she eventually stopped talking to Koberger because his question made her uncomfortable. See, listen, folks, and this was put out March 18th of 24. I don't know how to take any of this shit, folks, because this all came after Brian was arrested. Okay. And I'm sure that most of these people are putting these if this wouldn't have happened and Brian wouldn't have been arrested, I guarantee you that these conversations and these things would have been stated differently. But yeah, they were talking about Halloween movies. Why would that make you uncomfortable? It only made you uncomfortable because this man was arrested for a quadruple homicide. And now you have to say your piece and you have to put yourself out there as being scared now to make yourself feel important. It's bullshit. And I'm going to call bullshit where I see bullshit. We've seen how many of these at this point? Many of them, in my opinion. I'm sorry. But if these things would have been said before Brian was arrested for murder, we can talk then. But afterwards, come on.
I'm backing you up on that, Dago. It is BS.
I mean, it's stupid to me. Stupid to me.
Well, I always wonder why they can't get somebody to come forward that's known him for 4 or 5 years prior. You know what I mean? Those interviews would actually mean something. But
well, they did. They did, Jesse. They got 2 people. One of them I'm going to try to interview soon too.
Didn't they cut their interviews down so that
they cut everything out of it that was
out?
Yep, they cut everything out that could have been positive about Brian. Every bit of it. As they've done with everything, and it's absolutely insane anymore.
I think I'm still really disgusted that David and WSU Kim came out with their stories, and the media that thinks it's okay to let everybody speak about this if they have something negative. They'll talk to anybody who will say something negative about Brian, but they didn't feel that Dave and WSU Kim's stories were worth talking about for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They don't mind saying he's Papa Roger and broadcasting all this fake news without vetting it, but David and WSU Kim, conspiracy theorists in their minds.
Well, anybody that says anything that is not following that narrative is a conspiracy theorist, Jesse. Anybody.
Meanwhile, Dave and WSU Kim's stories seemed to be the only accurate stories in the beginning. At that time, when we were the shit that we were running with before we talked to them, and everything they've said almost lines up perfectly at this point.
Right. That's a good point. And you know what, Twiz? I was going to ask that the other day when it was brought up, but I would too. What was kept inside the utility closet, folks, that they had that had a pin lock code on it as well? Why do you need a pin lock code on a utility closet where you keep your broom, your mop, and your dust mop? Anybody? Because I don't see a reason for that unless there's something of real importance in that room or in that closet. I'm sorry. That's kind of crazy to me. When I read that about that closet, I was like, wait a minute, but we just kept going, so I didn't think much of it. But after the fact, it bugged me. So that's a great question there, Twiz. K9 Captain Jules, number 5. Thank you for the super chat. They were talking horror films. Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, and Ghostface used knives. Ghostface used buck 120, very similar to a K-bar. Right. Right. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, that should not have alarmed you. But it only did because you know this man was arrested in a murder case. That's the only reason why that bothered you. I'm sorry, but I got to call bullshit on that one, too. Yeah, right, Chris. They were hiding the opening to the tunnel, 100%. And yes, thank you for your support so much, Jules. All right, next up, this is Jay Waters. This was March 21st, 24. On 11/12, sorry. At 18:53 hours, there is a 4RE vehicle video saved under my name and badge number. The video depicts a patrol car transporting 2 Moscow police cadets to the Kibbe Dome. Sometime later, the vehicle returned to the police department, and I do not know who was actually driving the vehicle, but it was not me. Well, that's interesting. So do you guys understand what that means? On 11/12 at 18:53 hours, there was a 4RE vehicle video saved under his name and badge number. So whoever did this took it out under his name and badge number. That's shitty. On 11/13 at 20:51, I responded to 11:22 and was asked to maintain a written scene access log. Blank arrived on scene. 2 of the victims were prepared for transport. Captain Lanier advised he wanted a marked patrol unit to escort Blank to a funeral home. Officer Morris arrived on scene and relieved me at the door. I handed Officer Morris the scene access log. I escorted Blank to the funeral home. I stopped the recording on my body-worn camera while driving at approximately 21:30. I reactivated my body-worn camera at 21:37 hours at blank, and I remained at blank as the 2 victims were offloaded, and I deactivated my camera at approximately 21:45, and I cleared the scene. So why is this man putting this in here? Or is he this number 3 up here, where about somebody driving a 4RE vehicle under his name and badge number, and it wasn't him driving it? And then we go to that other piece. Oh, well, that's good point too. Why is anybody going to a funeral home on day 1? They usually don't. They usually go to the coroner's office. He turned off his body cam with someone in his car. What if it was with one of the roommates? People talk when they... Yeah, I know. Yeah, I agree, Heather. I don't understand that right there. That document's weird. Very strange. He deactivated his body cam. Yes. It's just one more thing to add to the pile, folks. Let's see here. Okay, that's about the vehicle transfers. Okay. So next up we have B. Sturk. On 11/13 at about 17:41 hours, I arrived on scene at 11:22 and stood at the front door performing entry control. During this time, I kept a log book of everyone coming and going from the scene. No unauthorized personnel had entered the scene. I passed off entry control to Officer Waters at about 20:46 hours, and I cleared the scene. All right, so there's a report on everything. Guys, excuse me for one more quick second. Jesse and Eddie, if you want to converse, I'll be right back.
Jesse, if you want to re-ask me that question that you had for me yesterday, I know I probably misunderstood what you were asking and probably didn't get
refresh my memory as to what I was asking. It was about the conspiracy.
About the plea. Why, if Anne, why would she allow her client to plead guilty if he's innocent?
Oh, I was going to say, to avoid embarrassment and to avoid the truth coming out, there could be a deal between Anne and Brian and Bill Thompson where we've set it up so Bill Thompson's going to acknowledge, for example, let's say it's a Brady violation, but it could be a number of things, right? Prosecutorial misconduct. Bill Thompson's at the end of his career. He's going to retire after this. And so Bill and Ann could all get together and say, hey, if you plead guilty, we come to terms. It looks like a victory for me. It gets overturned a year later. It's all planned out. We've set it up so it has to be overturned. We go through the process. It's a win-win for everybody. Just part of the corruption, the best way to deal with it. I was asking you if you thought that was possible. And one of the reasons I'm asking that is just, I get the strategy point of view, but I just think that every strategy that everybody tells me for what possibly Ann Taylor could be doing right now, it just seems better to go through and lose the trial and then appeal than, I mean, it seems like Brian's in more danger where he's at now than he would be if he was sitting there waiting for the trial to go through.
Yeah, and what a great question. And maybe that's kind of what threw me. Of course, none of us know any of the specifics of what was said to make that deal between the prosecution and the defense.
I mean, Ann just seems a little bit too happy with it.
I don't know about that. Can you cite any, how do you back that position?
I guess Witchy's saying in the chat, and a lot of people were talking about how she was able to smile during the hearings.
Okay.
And I mean, I understand that she's trying to put on a brave face for Brian and behave like a professional, but
I see that. Yep.
I'm also looking at, thinking to myself that Alan Jackson is screaming up, jumping up and down like a spoiled kid that somebody took his toy away when Aunt Bev is talking about the jury slips and going, I don't give a damn how you do it in Massachusetts, to be honest, you know? So, I mean, perhaps Anne is better behaved than Alan Jackson, but yeah, she did appear to be very controlled.
What she seemed to be communicating was, this is a calculated move. We got this. We know what we're doing. Could you interpret it that way, Jesse?
I could if I understood it better, but it just, from where I'm sitting right now, if it's a calculated move to plead guilty and then appeal based on ineffective assistance of counsel, it's a long shot. I mean, it doesn't have a 75% success rate or something like that. So I just still think, based on the evidence we're reading here, that I'd rather, even with Hippler working against you, I would have rather taken my chances in a trial, unless there's something even more, like I say, that sort of unwritten, unspoken deal where Anne knows that she's got the nuts and that this conviction or this plea will be overturned because she knows that she's got prosecutorial misconduct, and Bill knows damn well as well.
Yeah, none of us can pretend to know why, the plea deal occurred. That was unexpected. Let's just pray that the reason soon makes sense to us. And along with that, I hope that they all soon eat their words too.
The guilters, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guilters are still quite amusing to me. They've been saying for years, come on, man, they've got his car. They've got this. It's like, I mean, just reading these documents is vindication in so many ways. Like, they've got what? They've got shit.
They really don't have anything at all.
Yeah, and when they have nothing, they twist that to appear like guilt. Just like during the interview at the Pennsylvania barracks, moments after his apprehension. It just feels like the investigators were both toying with him, trying to trap him into saying something. You know why you're here, right? Type of leading.
Well, they even said they coordinated with the behavioral science unit of the FBI to develop the questions to trick him into confessing, kind of thing. Which I mean, I guess that's their job, but yeah.
Yeah, think of it like this. So, if he says, "Yeah, I know what you're referring to, the Idaho thing. We've been studying it. How far? How long has it been since that occurred?" A statement like that suggests guilt. But then again, if he would have played it off like, "No, I don't know what you're talking about," and then later, when they look into his devices and they see that indeed he did look it up, in the days or hours or days or weeks after the homicides, then they would have said, "Aha, you were lying during that interview. You did know." So regardless of what answer he gives, he's trapped. There's no right answer, and they're going to twist the answer. And he gave the right answer, by the way. And it's, of course, twisted. He knew why he was being arrested.
Yeah, I think when Diego asked me, what do you think of that answer? I said, that sounds exactly like the exact answer that you're supposed to give. Do you remember me saying that Andrea Burkhardt has basically become a guilter based on the Amazon K-Bar purchase?
Dang, really? That's too bad.
Well, some people will debate that, but I don't know. I mean, if she's not full guilter, she's at least half guilter. I mean, her last live was titled "The End," And she said that she basically stopped thinking he was innocent when she found out about that K-bar purchase. But I don't know if you guys have gotten to that yet in these documents, but it's, again, I think I said the other day that everything like this has turned out to be wishy-washy and misleading bullshit. Why would I expect that to be any different? And I did come across somebody reading it. I think it was Devil's Advocate that was reading it. And yeah, it does appear that that was wishy-washy bullshit as well. Or I think even Jules said that the K-bar that he bought, that they claim that he used, they have, or they seized. The knife that is listed in the PCA as knife or whatever was the bar that he bought, apparently.
That's what Sarge always thought. So if that's true, then there it is.
So that's not the murder weapon. Otherwise, they would be able to prove it, right? I mean, they've already said they already said they don't have that, right? They couldn't find that. So
right.
So that is not, and I mean, to me, it's so obvious. The PCA says a tanned leather knife sheath with a USMC logo. And then the document that says he bought it on Amazon, very, non-specific. And the creative language that they use to describe that Amazon purchase, it's just screaming that it's misleading, right? It's like the language they used with the cell phone pings. We have him pinging on a tower, that provides service within 100 meters of the King Road residence 23 times. They use that language, and then every guilter out there says they've got him at the scene of the crime 23 times when they don't have him at the scene of the time even one time, and they've now since admitted that. But the way they worded it would allow people to believe that. And I think the wording, the language used in the K-bar talk, the Amazon purchase, is exactly like that, which is an indication that it is bullshit again.
Yeah, very deliberately misleading.
Agreed. Next up again, Officer Payne. On March 6th of 24, I conducted follow-ups on a tip from the FBI database. The tip stated a male, RV, had posted in a hiking group on Facebook that he found a K-bar knife with the sheath while hiking in the Cascade Mountains. Investigation into this area of the country did not yield a link to any known travel path of Kohberger for the timeline in question. In addition, the knife was found with a sheath. You think? I attempted to get in contact with V using the numbers provided by the FBI tip as well. As TLO, none of the numbers are viable, and I was unable to contact V. This tip is closed as of this report. As are so many.
Be nice to see a photograph of that K-bar in a sheath with a sheath that was found.
Agreed. Brett Payne again. On Thursday, April 11th of 24, I contacted EA, I guess Emily Onstadt, phone reference a tip in the FBI system. The tip stated a friend of A may have photos of the victims in this case from the night prior to the homicide. I spoke to Onstadt on the phone. I did not record my conversation. Surprise. And this is a summary of my interview with Onstadt. I think this is her. I asked Onstadt to tell me what... Oh, I'm sorry. This is a guy. Okay, my apologies. EA. I guess maybe I was wrong. So I asked A to tell me what he remembered from the night before the homicides. A told me that he saw the victims at the White's party that had been previously mentioned in this case. A told me he saw Chapin and Kernodle at approximately 2000 hours before they went home. I asked A if he had taken any photos. A told me that he did not, but he remembered EV and blank sorority member was there taking pictures. A told me he thought she might have photos and hold on, that would show the victims. I asked A if there was anything else he could remember from that night, and he told me there was not. I thanked him for his time and concluded my conversation with A. What was his last name again? EA. EA. Another name. Another more initials. I attempted to call V, but was only able to leave a voicemail. A short time later, V left me a return voicemail stating she was out of the area and would call me back when she was available. I will interview V upon her return, as well as add any photos that she may have to this case. That was convenient. Okay, this next one is another interview. With Brett Payne. On Friday, April 12th of 2024, I met with KD at the Moscow Police Department. Reference a tip D had called in during this investigation, wherein D said he was with some of the victims the night before the homicides and wished to provide his whereabouts. I recorded my interview with D and burned them into a CD, which I booked into MPD evidence. The following is a summary of my interview with D. I began by asking B to tell me what his background with the victims was. D told me he hung out with Kernodle frequently during his freshman year of college prior to Kernodle dating Chapin. D told me that he was in the circle of friends with the other victims and casually saw F or Funk maybe in the fall of 22. D later told me he spent the night with Funk on approximately 3 prior occasions. I asked D if he remembered any of the victims telling him about any strange occurrences, and he told me he did not. I asked him if he went to any of the parties at 1122 King Road. D told me he did not, or he did, and that there were roughly 20 people at the parties when he went. I asked D if he and the other 20 people at the parties if he and the other party attendees would have noticed someone unwelcome in the party. D told me they would have, and that did not occur at any point when he was there. I asked D to tell me what he remembered about what he did the day prior to the homicides. D told me that he went to 1122 the morning of 11/12 at approximately 1000 hours to have a couple of drinks with the residents prior to going to the football game. D said that they all went to the Whites for a party prior to going to the game, football tailgate, I'm sorry. D said that they left that party prior to going to the... Nope, they left that party and they went to the football tailgate at halftime of the game. He was unsure of what time and stayed out in the parking lot. I asked D what he did after the tailgate, and he told me the victims all left. He went back to blank, 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 his fraternity. D said that he ate some food and went to sleep for the night. I asked D what he remembered about the next morning. D said a fraternity brother woke him up around noon to check on him since he had stayed at 1122 King Road prior on the vandal alert had been issued for homicide there. D said from then on, he and his fraternity brother stayed in the house together until they all left town the next day. I asked him if F told him anything about what happened. He said she did not, and he did not ask Funk about it. I asked D if there was anything else he thought I should know, and he told me there was not. I thanked D for his time, provided him with my business card, and asked him to call me with any further concerns and questions. So D, KD, I don't know who that would be. Kyle, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Next up is some form of evidence here. Brett Payne on Thursday, April 11th of 24, requested assistance from MPD campus officers with locating information on PU, who had called a tip into the FBI tip line stating he worked for UI security and had found knife packaging, but no knife. Officer Rosinski requested contact information for you from UI Security. However, their records showed U blank never worked for UI Security, nor did they have any contact information for him. Officer Rosinski also advised he looked for U blank in TLO, but could not locate any information on him. Due to the lack of contact information or further reports from you, this tip will be closed. That's it. So they don't even try to follow up with that, being that this guy has lied basically about what he was stating, and now you're just going to let him go. That's interesting. Real interesting. Okay, that's another thumb drive added to their report. That's about the dirt. Hold on here a minute. All right. Here we go with that one. I gotta let my dog in, guys. Give me one quick second.
Well, what should we talk about now, Eddie? Do you want me to talk to
I
chat?
would just say you weren't doing any of that. You're not. How was it referred to as throwing her under the bus?
No, I said that I greatly respect one of the people I respect the most in the community is Andrea Burkhart,
Right.
which is why I wouldn't even mention it if it was anybody else.
Yeah, my takeaway wouldn't have been that.
But yeah, she's certainly changed her position, and based on her last episode, somebody asked me, well, did she read these documents? And I had to say clearly not, based on what she was saying in that last episode. But yeah, I'm not throwing her under the bus. I will throw Publicly Buzz under the bus though, because that guy did a short on Twitter where he basically said anybody who thinks Brian Koberger is innocent can F right off. And he did these, he was going like this and you know, like really attacking basically anybody who thinks the way we do, as if he's like so morally superior to us because he hates. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of that movie Bad Teacher. And that's what Guilters remind me of. The movie Bad Teacher, Justin Timberlake's character. Does anybody in chat know what I'm talking about? Justin Timberlake's character is a complete nerd in the school, another teacher. And he says, I don't like racism. I hate racism. There's nothing that I hate more than racism. It's just really, really bad. And everybody all the other teachers roll their eyes and laugh at him. And yeah, that's what the Guilters remind me of.
Yeah, just for whatever it's worth, that wasn't that wasn't how I took any of what you were saying. So you didn't leave me with that impression.
And I think I was also saying that I think certainly somebody as intelligent as Andrea reading these documents would have to change her tune from what she said in that last episode based on this new information, or which isn't really new to us, but perhaps new to her if she had that opinion.
Not to spend too much time on it, but I'm just curious, like, what would explain that turn? Would it, in a general way to describe it, could it be, and I think Twiz hit on it, could it be that she sees this, she takes this at face value, like she just sees it in black and white?
Well, I think I hit the nail on the head when I said she's really cozied up to some other creators that are mad Guilters, and these other I like these other creators too. They were great on Delphi. I obviously I don't really like the guy from Publicly Buzzed who did the double finger thing, but obviously, what's Defense Diaries, Ali and Bob. I think they're great people, and I thought they were great with Delphi. They were Guilters in the Koberger trial, but they never really they never got into it. They weren't privy to the information. When I was watching them talk about it on their channels, they were mispronouncing names and getting the players wrong. And I told them, I said, with all due respect, I think you guys are great, but I don't think you should, you guys shouldn't be covering the case if you don't know what you're talking about. and they didn't. But yeah, these are her. She's very close to those people, and if those people are all sort of saying, and the line I hear a lot from some of these creators that are lawyers and have ties to law enforcement is they're privy to inside information. Well, I was talking to my buddy, and I'm privy to some information that isn't out there yet. Rest assured, it's a case closed. We've got the nuts on Kohberger. That's been the narrative from a lot of these interview room drunk turkey types. Sorry, Dago, we're mentioning every channel in the book on your stream tonight.
Well, we also see where that gets you, though, because they obviously don't have that information. So, and if they do, it's not true.
Well, there's a reason why half the guilters are in here, because that's the only place they get any real information. They come in here and complain about it, but they wouldn't be here if they thought the case was closed, right?
Good point.
Right.
That's very possible. Yes, sir. So I don't know. We'll see. Next up, this is again Brett Payne listed it as evidence. On Thursday, April 25th, I received a note from MPD reception to call CT blank something 1943 in reference to this case. I called T, who agreed to come to MPD to speak with me. I spoke to T in interview room 1. This is a summary of my conversation with T and not a verbatim transcription. I asked T what made her decide to speak with me on this date. T told me her good friends had convinced her to come talk to MPD to make sure what she knew was at least conveyed to law enforcement. I asked T to tell me what she knew. Excuse me. T told me that she and her husband had went to the Costco in Clarkston, Washington on 11/13 to pick up new glasses for T. She told me they left Costco around 1400 to 1430 hours that afternoon and drove north across Red Wolf Bridge. T told me that when they turned eastbound on the highway from the bridge, she saw a man walking in the grassy area between the river and the highway. T stated she thought this was strange as there was nothing for anyone to be doing there. T stated the man was walking eastbound and noticed her staring at him. T said the man looked up at her and then appeared to look down and avoid her gaze. I asked T what the man looked like. T told me that she had seen much of the news coverage regarding Kohberger, and that was what came to her mind. But that she was not certain he was the person she saw. I asked her if the man she saw would match Kohberger's appearance, and she thought it would. I asked T what the man was wearing. She told me she thought it was strange as the man was wearing nice clothes. I asked if business casual was a fair classification. She said yes, it was. T stated that she did not see a car the man was walking to and thought that was strange. T said they drove away and that was all she knew. T had drawn a map of the location and I booked the drawing into MPD evidence. And on Tuesday, April 30th of 24, I drove the area T described with Captain Blaker, the area T described as where she saw the man is not visible from the highway. Once you turn east off the bridge, anyone walking in the area would have to be very near the guardrail as the hill is relatively steep and drops away from the highway almost immediately. I called T back on Thursday, May 2nd, and asked her to clarify. T told me the man was on the hill roughly in the middle. T called me back a short time later and told me the man may have been further east along the hillside. I will continue to validate whether or not T's recollection of events is plausible. Okay, so like everything that we have gotten as far as like a witness statement or a tip that somebody has seen are all like bullshit, folks. They all, none of them make any sense. And that's in itself tells me something. Okay. I don't know what to say.
Sounds like that's the same suspicious guy that was around 9:20 or 9:30 a.m. the following morning that
right.
The two Banfield boys saw that were back on the Banfield looking for the contraband that they dropped out of their pockets in fear that law enforcement officers would frisked them and found it. So they went back the following
Could
morning
be.
to look for it, and they saw the suspicious hunchback man
Right.
who would look
Right.
down at the ground and avert his gaze.
Yes.
So they gotta find that guy.
I know. He's got to stop popping up around here or get back to the Notre Dame Cathedral where he belongs. Just saying. Where are we at with that? Number 2. Nope, nothing there. Number 280. No. Okay. Well, guys, we're at 5 hours again, 5:20 actually. So I think I'm going to call it for today. We don't have many more, so I definitely will finish this up tomorrow. And yeah, that will be no problem. So that's going to do it for today. Any thoughts on anything we've gone through today? Either one of you two?
No, but thank you again.
Chet Donnelly seems really upset about what I said about Andrea, even though I said it's somebody I respect very much. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I mean,
everybody has opinions, guys, and they're welcome to them. A lot of people came to me saying that Andrea flipped sides, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, everybody has their right, guys, to think the way
I
they
didn't
do.
say anything negative or derogatory about her. I said I was disappointed that she's now holds that opinion, and I think that opinion that she now holds, even though she's way smarter than me, she's a lawyer, she's so professional. I don't think she's read these documents. I don't think she's privy to the information, and I don't think she would hold that opinion if she was. And she might well pull another 180 next week when she becomes privy to that information. I certainly hope she does, because I do like her.
Yeah. Twiz just said we'll give Andrea more time. There's still a lot more we don't know, and that's what I'm thinking too. Everybody
and everybody else, right?
I mean, there's a lot of people. That's why I give everybody grace, because there's still so much that we don't know. Now, other than people like Ashley Banfield and Brian Enton and people like that, yeah, I think people should be given grace to an extent, because we don't know a lot. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are getting super upset about things, getting emotional about things, and it's not worth it, folks. This does not affect us in the aspect that we need to get that upset about it. Does it affect us in other ways? Of course it does. The fact that it even happened, I feel affects us. But just breathe and take it easy. Accept the guilters, right, Twiz? Accept the guilters. Agreed. I'm on number 285, I think it is. Simply so. We'll be done by tomorrow for sure.
Dago, before we part, I just have a quick question for you. I know since the sentencing hearing, there's been so much content out there.
Yeah.
And it's hard to cover it all. And
right.
to when we're not covering it all, to go, exploring it all. So my question is, have you seen the CNN interview with Detective Gilbertson and Chief Anthony Dollinger?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just curious.
Let me see. I may have. Let me look real quick.
Heather's excited about that one. Maybe that would be a good one to cover. I don't know. Chat might back me up or say it's a nothing burger, but
let me see.
I thought it was an interesting one. Not for today.
Oh,
but,
oh, wait a minute.
Maybe.
Hold on.
Heather, is that a really good one for us all to go over? Yeah. Okay.
I guess we can close this out if you guys want, unless you want to save this for tomorrow.
I don't know how long it is. Maybe for
17 minutes, so we can save it for tomorrow. That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that. Give us something to
yeah, we'll start the day off with that, and then we'll finish these documents, reports.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does look interesting.
Wow,
because
3 times.
Definitely.
Sounds like
it sounds interesting. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Lucy.
Well, before we go, it's come to my attention that there's a few people in the chat that don't agree with everything I say. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to not a one of you mother effers.
Jesse, you dropped out.
Oh,
Okay, you're back now.
I was doing the Conor McGregor apology.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. I've
Probably
heard you
better.
give him the-
Probably
He does
better.
it. He does it all the time.
Yeah, you do that apology all the time. I love it.
That's all good. It's all good.
All right. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Thanks for
Dave.
joining us again.
Thanks, Jesse.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, Lucy said he's really sorry, guys. And he is. If he upsets anybody, he is. He just does that for the comic side to it. Anyway, thank you, Jesse, and everybody that joined us on panel today. I appreciate you very much. Once again, maybe not as much info that came out today as normally, but still some interesting stuff. And as always, more reports that are more interviews that Brett didn't interview, as always, or more interviews that Brett didn't record. Sorry. That's one of my biggest things with these reports is like he didn't record anything that I truly think he should have. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Be nice, everybody in chat, please, guys. That's all I ask of anybody. If you go somewhere else and you want to be mean to somebody, that's fine, but don't do it in here, please. It's up to you. Other than that, guys, I appreciate you all joining me today. I appreciate, again, all my panel guests, as always, and we for sure will finish this tomorrow. I didn't think about opening up with the other stuff we did. Otherwise, we would have been done. We would have been done today, but we had that other stuff we looked at. So tomorrow we will get through for sure. And I appreciate your patience and how long it's taken us to go through these. But like I said, I wanted to cover every word to every report and see what makes sense and what doesn't. So hopefully I will see you tomorrow. I appreciate you all very much as always. And the mods, thank you as always. Amazing job. Would you guys go lay down? Very much appreciated, guys. And have a great rest of your night. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Justice choking in a smoky bar.